Very good evening. Welcome to the live lounge here in Porto for what is finals night here in week 4 of Series 5 at the MODUS Super Series. And what a night we have got in front of us. Some big star names and some real big games to come. And talking about big names, Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner are here to look ahead to all the action that we have got to come this evening. And I'll tell you what, Laura, we were here right from the very start on Monday morning and we've been treated to 5 fantastic days of darts.
Yeah, really have. I mean, you know, looking at the final table, it's absolutely outstanding. I mean, like you say, the calibre of the matches, the way the players have played this week, it was hard to call who's here, and the 6 that have got through really have earned their place.
Paul, you came in on Thursday, and what we saw in the later groups was some tight drama in both of them.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of separation on Friday in Group C, but I think the cream definitely rose to the top. I think we saw a little bit of fatigue in some of the players. Maybe not with Colin Osborne, because he saved his best performance for the very last match, but Group B was thrilling for me. At the end of it, we all thought it was going to go to the very final game. I'm sure Richard North is very glad that it didn't.
He most certainly isn't. Right, let's round off the week then and tell you what we have seen over the course of the last 5 days. It began on Monday, as we say, with Group A. 3 days of thrilling, exhilarating action. It was drama right until the very death, and it was Conan Whitehead who picked up the spoils. Just 20 points, though, to win the group. And, Laura, we were with the abacus and everything on Wednesday, but in the end, it was Steve West losing a couple of games at pivotal points and Conan coming up clutch when he needed to.
Yeah, clutch was definitely the word, especially when it came to his finishing. You know, he made good use of the bullseye, did Conan, so I'm imagining we're going to see a little bit more of that tonight. But as you say, it was a really tight group, and not just to see who topped it, but just to see who made it into Group 2.
He most certainly did. Now, Conan Whitehead, when he goes for the ball like here, Paul, you just know he's not going to miss.
It's just a flamboyant thing to do. Sometimes you need the bullseye, sometimes you don't. And he has opened both doors this week. Conan, whenever we came to Portsmouth or indeed to Southampton in our previous studio, he has been box office, alongside the likes of Richie Burnett and a lot of others. The fact of the matter is, he's a great entertainer, is Conan, and I don't expect that to be any different tonight. His bullseye shooting this week has been phenomenal. He might need a couple more tonight.
We heap a lot of praise on what Raymond Smith and Luke Littler has done here at the Super Series. Do you feel like Conan maybe doesn't sit in that same league in terms of the respect maybe a lot of punters outside should give him?
I think if you look at his social media, Conan is very honest about how he feels about certain situations. I know that you know, maybe not being given enough in the way of opportunities in the next series, being the defending champion, maybe he's got a point. But ultimately, when you're the first person to do something, I think you deserve a lot of credit. That first series was a very hard win. And the way he was able to beat Graham Usher was phenomenal. And it was a great occasion. I think we should give him a lot of credit because he's done a lot in his career, and that was the biggest thing he's ever done, so maybe we should give him a bit more respect.
So Conan Whitehead, the victor in Group A. The players then split up into Groups B and C, respectively, on Thursday and Friday. Let's have a look and begin with Group B. That was what we were focusing on in the evening sessions, and I'll tell you what, it really was dramatic. As we say, the qualification spots went all the way down to the last game, but Scott Walters, despite a slow start on Thursday, from that point onwards was absolutely superb, especially on the Friday.
Yeah, and I am going to claim the fact that I did see he was quite good value, sat there at 10-1 to top the group yesterday. So we know what Scott can do, and he can put in a performance, and it was quite an emotive day for him as well. And I think that kind of spurred him on, and he just got those results, turned everything around, and as you say, sitting there top of the group.
Elsewhere, Wesley Harms, well, we thought he was in such a good position after day one. He won 3 out of his first 4 matches, and then last night it just didn't happen for whatever reason.
No, it didn't. I think his ability to be consistent on Thursday didn't really carry over into Friday. He had a huge 150-plus checkout opportunity to take it to the very last game. He missed it on tops. It was so close. And I think Wesley, going back to the Netherlands now, will be feeling a little bit bitter about the fact that he's not here for his second Saturday night.
As for Steve West, and we're going to speak to him as the programme goes along, he hasn't been 100% fitness. He's had certain things he's had to deal with throughout the course of the week. But the fact that he's made it through to Saturday night, Law, what does that say a lot about his mental capabilities, his battling spirit, and no matter what adversity he faces, he can still find a way?
Yeah, I think we touched upon it slightly in comms when we saw him play. We know full well that Steve is a battler. He won't give up, but his temperament sometimes is something that perhaps has let him down. He hasn't been able to push past these specific moments when things just aren't quite going his way. And I just think this time round, even with his back against the wall, he's just managed to force the issue and just dig in and play well. And again, he's all deserved to be here.
I think there's one thing as well when it comes to Steve. I know him personally very well, so I'm allowed to say things like this. I don't think he's ever been 100%. And I think with that knowledge, he knows that when something is not right, he'll just absorb it and say, right, well, it's just another thing to handle and another way to win. Because he doesn't see them as disadvantages. He just sees them as challenges.
Well, Steve West making his way through Group B, as well as Richard North from that three-player field. We'll hear plenty from Richard North as the evening goes along. Right, let's have a look at Group C, because that was our focus on Thursday and Friday afternoon. And it was the debutant, Scott Campbell, who made it through. Now, he didn't expect to be in this position, Lloyd. He wanted to come here, embrace the experience. If he could pick up some results, he would have been happy. He's over the moon to be here tonight, but he's played some really good darts.
Yeah, he has been very impressive, and he's got the highest average of the week so far at 103. So we know the performances he can put in. He has shown maybe a little bit of inconsistency. He has kind of dropped a good 20 points off that in some of his matches. But, this is on debut, and I think, as I say, this has made his week so far. So I think just to go that one step further, if he can claim the title tonight, I think, that's going to be one of the biggest wins he's had.
As for Willie Borland, the other Scot in that group, got out the tracks flying Thursday, won all 5 fixtures. But once he knew that he was through, the ascendancy, the adrenaline just waned a little bit. So maybe don't consider those final 3 performances. But what we saw beforehand was some granite, steely, consistent stuff.
Yeah, I think what we get from Willie is explosiveness, and we've had that at times. Just watch out for the way he starts a campaign on a daily basis, though. He tends to play his best stuff at the beginning. And he has got this habit of tailing off a little bit. But on a night like tonight where things are condensed, this probably plays into his hands, and it's going to need to because of the group he's in. It's not an easy group at all. He's got both of the weekly winners from previous series in his group. If he's going to make it through that group tonight, I applaud him, never mind winning it.
Considering what Paul said, should he split the night up into almost 2 mini rounds of fixtures, so the 2 pool games, and if he was fortunate to get through that, then treat it almost like as a second mini session, the knockouts?
Well, yeah, because obviously there is still a chance. If you do, come a cropper and you don't win one of the games, there is still an outside chance, although you are relying on other results, to actually progress. So, yeah, I think it's like progressing to finals night. It's getting through to that semi-final. Then when you're at the semi-final stages, that's it. That is just your straight knockout, and that is all you've got to focus on.
So that is what we have seen so far this week. But the focus is very much on what we're going to see over the next few hours or so here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Because our 6 finalists are now set in stone, we know who is going to get one of those spots into Champions Week, the 4th spot into Champions Week, to join Matt Clark, Darryl Pilgrim, I will get the name right at some point, and Moreno Michels, who won last week. So one of them 6 is going to make it through to Champions Week, and the players will be split into 2 groups of 3, and that's going to be based on player performances over the last 5 days. These are the groups that are in play this evening, and the first one is absolutely blockbuster. Blockbuster. Borland, West and Whitehead.
This is what I'm talking about with Borland, because when he's put in the middle of those 2 heavyweight players, no matter what he says to anybody tonight, he knows he's up against it. Conan's got 4 titles in a weekly sense. Steve's got 2. He's undefeated on Saturday night as well. Not in a game perspective, but in a title-winning perspective. He always makes Champions Week. So for Borland to get through this group, that'll be a win in itself. But maybe, if you look at it from the other side of the coin, there's little pressure on him. There's actually more on Conan and more on Steve.
So that is how the groups break down. Let's have a look at the outrights for this evening's session. These are the outright betting. So Conan Whitehead leads that charge, 13-5 favourite, former champion, as we say. So no surprises at the top of the betting. But Steve West at 7-2, Laura, after everything that we said about him this week, does he represent value?
Yeah, I actually also think Scott Campbell would maybe represents a bit of value there at 17-2, because from what we've seen, he can put in some absolutely massive performances. I do agree, Steve West, obviously he's got form here, so yeah, 7-2 is absolutely fantastic. But yeah, I don't know. I quite like the look of Scott Campbell. He's got nothing to lose. He's here. He didn't expect to be here, and maybe that'll help him.
Listen to Laura. She got 10-1 right yesterday. That was right on the money, and I'm with her 100%. I think that 17-2 is huge for someone who's won a group this week. But if you're looking a little bit further up the table, Westy is the value at 7-2.
And Laura Turner is turning into our Super Series Super Tipster here. So let's see how the bet builder goes out then for tonight at the Live Lounge. It pays just over 5-1 this evening. We begin with the Players 180 stakes. Walters over 1.5 against Richard North. Steve West to get the better of Willie Borland at 5-6. And then the game between West and White to go over 5.5 legs at 1-2. What do you think about that one, Paul?
It's fairly tight, these games for me. I think when you look at the match winner between Borland and West, yes, I get that. And when you look at the 180s for Walters, he hasn't had a great deal of 180s this week. So for him to get 2 in an individual match, that is a bit of a punt. But sometimes you just got to have a little go with your gut. But please gamble responsibly.
Indeed, 18 plus, begambleaware.org. Right, so these are the games that will begin our night. These are the group stage matches. So we'll go in alternate order. So the first game of Group 1 will then be followed by the first game of Group 2, and so on and so forth until we get to the end of our pool stage matches. We'll then have a slight pause for around about 10-15 minutes, and we'll get ready for the semi-finals, which tonight is going to start at a slightly later time of 10:30 when we join our friends over at Sporty Stuff TV at the end of the Irish Grand National Greyhound coverage. The final will begin a little bit later on following the culmination of the 2 semi-finals. Right, let's get the action underway then. It is high time to toe the hockey, and we're going to kick off with the battle between Conan Whitehead and Willie Borland. It is England up against Scotland, and earlier on this evening I caught up with both players. Conan, back we are, Saturday night here at the Super Series. Have you enjoyed your couple of days off?
Yeah, well, actually, nice to relax for a couple of days rather than having to play the Thursday and Friday. I mean, I don't mind playing it, but it's been nice to have a couple of days off, actually.
Is it just nice just to recuperate and just have a little bit of time out from it?
Yeah, I mean, I've spent a bit of family time the Thursday, Friday, which is nice, and I've come in today feeling confident because I've finally got the win on the Wednesday. So hopefully today I can just chill out and smash everyone.
Here we go, back at Saturday night, and you know exactly the secret formula to this, don't you?
Oh, Saturday night is my night. I told you every week I've been here, I told you I'll be back Saturday, and I've proved myself right so far. So we'll see how it goes.
You've won twice on this stage. You've won the biggest prize on this stage.
I have.
And you've said to me before that you want to be Conan Whitehead champion here again.
Yep, and it still stands. Still stands. I will. Like I said, it might not be this time. I said, but I will definitely win this again.
But a tough field tonight. But you know all about that from Group A.
This is probably the toughest field I've had during the week. Every one of them's been class. I mean, Scott Campbell surprised me, to be honest, because I've seen him on the Challenge Tour. He's not been brilliant, but he's played some fantastic darts. We've been watching it. And Steve, you've got Scott, Richie, Willie, they're all class players. It's going to be hard tonight.
I wish you all the very best tonight. Conan, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Willie, here we are. First Saturday night for you here at the Super Series. How much looking forward to that?
I'm looking forward to it. As I said, Thursday, Friday was good, so I'm looking forward to playing in my first finals night.
How would you assess your week? Would you say a week of 2 halves from day 1 to day 2?
Yeah, I would. I feel like, as I said, I put a little bit of pressure on myself yesterday. I just wanted to top the group and guarantee I was through. But now, as I said, I feel like I'm playing well at the moment, so I'm looking forward to tonight.
Tough group of players, but I suppose you like it, don't you, when you have that tougher group, that extra bit of competition?
Definitely. As I said, if you want to win it, you have to beat the best. And I've probably got 2 of the best in my group tonight, so I'm looking forward to playing some good competitive darts and hopefully put a good show on for the crowd.
And how much would possibly winning tonight mean for you?
I mean the world, you know what I mean? I got too many big scalps in my career, so winning this would be up there with one of the best achievements going.
Well, I wish you all the best. Willie, good luck.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Tom. So here we go then, finals night in week 4 is about to get underway, and it is the former champion Conan Whitehead that is going to kick off proceedings. He takes on Willie Borland, the first appearance in the finals for him, and watching this one in the commentary box is a very good evening to Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner.
A very good evening indeed. A packed house here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth in Hampshire, England. You may be watching from the UK, but if you're watching internationally, we welcome you as well. An England versus Scotland battle at the start of our 4th week in Series 5. And the 37-year-old winner of Group A, Conan Whitehead, will take on Willie Borland, who seems like he's been around for a very long time, but he's still only 26. His peak is very much in front of him as opposed to behind him. He's up against it here in Group 1 because you've got these two and Steve West in Group 1. Group 2, we will see a little bit from them in the following match.
First leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Your referee for the night is Owen Binks, who has had a bit of a milestone for himself this week, refereeing his 3,000th match. We have 9 for your
100.
entertainment this evening. I'm the asset, Paul Nicholson. This is the blonde bombshell, Laura Turner. Welcome, Laura.
22.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very much looking forward to tonight's proceedings. And I think Conan nailed it there. This is one tough group for finals night. Don't know what you think, Paul, but
140.
anyone winning this wouldn't necessarily surprise me.
I think it's a very fair statement. Everybody's had their little flashes of
96.
brilliance this week. But I think it's also fair to say that Conan's had more flashes than most. He was really good in Group A, but just listening to his interview with
100.
Henry at the start of the night, he said it was the hardest group he's ever been a part of. And the thing that proves that
59.
is that he won it with only 20
161.
points.
Yeah, it was really down to the wire in Group A. And this is a great start here for Conan Whitehead.
137.
Down to 24 in just 12 darts.
And one of the benefits of winning Group A is that you do get the first game of the night.
180.
First 180 of the night
Currently
belongs
required 24.
to the man from Scotland. Whitehead gets the throw. Does he get the leg?
18.
He's lumbered
Will he
in the
require
basement.
144.
Borland having an outside chance.
83.
This is tricky for someone like
Only
Conan
requires
because
6.
his darts do stand up. Gonna have to power it through. Power through 2 of them.
Game shot
Oh,
on the
what a
first
shot!
leg. Conan Whitehead.
Right through the posts. And with power.
Yeah, you see the
Second leg is Willie to
wipe
throw
of the
first.
forehead there
Game.
for Conan Whitehead, because as you say, can get quite messy from double 3.
137.
He didn't have anything to lose there on that shot. He could have thrown that. And he throws it very hard anyway. But extra hard. Getting through
100.
that shot with 2 blockers. The man who is averaging just shy of 90 for the week. Just the 25 180s for the week. But in fact, he is second best in the 180 charts to somebody else in this group. Having said that, Steve West,
100.
who has got more 180s than Conan, has played 8 more games.
140.
What's the key to the success of Willie Borland tonight? What has he got to do to get out of this group?
Yeah, I mean, it's, as we say, it's a really tough group. All 3 former PDC Tour card holders. I think for Willie, it's very
140.
much
Will he require
about
84?
focusing on each game as it comes along and putting in those performances that he really does need at the right time. And this could be a time that pulls it into
73.
the 11.
Only record 161.
I don't necessarily think Willie Borland was particularly pushed in a lot of his games, and then once he won that group, kind of dipped off.
It's another bullseye shot for Conan.
136.
It's not.
Will he
Another
require
bullseye out.
11?
He fancied that. Double 4.
Game
And
shot the
Borland
second
does his
leg.
job
Willie
after dodging a
Borland.
bullet. You saw earlier in the broadcast just how many times Conan has hit
So
the
like
ball
it's
this
Conan
week.
to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to give you 3 options, Laura. I know this is a bit of a strange question, but you can choose his first 170 checkout, his second, or
41.
the leg where he hit the bullseye with 50 in 1 dart. Which one's the best one?
Well, they're all very, very good, aren't they? But just on the basis that he hit 2 170s, I
57.
think going for that bullseye first, it just shows just another level of bravado, doesn't it?
I think that's never been lacking when it comes to Conan. I tweeted a little bit earlier this
100.
evening that it is an adrenaline-fueled evening because we have got a bit of testosterone here today with West, and
99.
Borland and Whitehead. And then you look at Group 2 with the very loquacious Richard North. And then you've got Walters, who is on a bit of a mission tonight. And don't forget about Scott
100.
Campbell, who apparently, with the odds compilers, is the outsider. We don't necessarily agree with that.
No, if he
97.
can recapture some of those games, obviously has had the highest average of the week. 2-ton-plus averages, in fact. If he can get anywhere near that, then it's going to put him in good stead for the whole night.
The first start from Conan here this evening has been very, very good indeed, and he doesn't want to mess with those two. I think the switch is the play here.
138.
Absolutely the right thing to do because Dart 2 was just wobbling a little bit.
98. Going to give a 122.
418s and Bull for a 2-1 lead. He can get past that. Told you. Now, for a second, you just thought, maybe he's going to lay
Conan
up.
Whitehead.
And then he realised, oh, it's the bullseye. I'm Conan Whitehead. I hit those things. 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Willie to throw first.
I do wonder, though, that's quite interesting, because normally that side glance, isn't it, is to check what the opponent sat on, and
100.
with Willie Borland on a finish, I do wonder if he was actually going to lay up, which none of us really would have expected, but that goes to show how different you have to treat the finals night.
100.
If there's any dart player in the last 6 days that you would choose to hit a bullseye to save the planet, Conan Whitehead.
140.
and just imagine him in the full regalia as well, like the barbarian with the big sword. Come on, I'll take you on. Anybody in the galaxy for a bullseye shootout. I'd stick Conan into bat.
140.
37% on his doubles this week. Only 25% so far in this match at 2-1 up, but he's got time to improve that.
140.
But what I will say is that Borland, without the advantage of throw in this game, is taking the game to Conan. He is testing him.
100. Will he require 121?
We expect nothing less, really, from Willie Borland. Goes to 25 for 36.
103.
Narrowly pulls it inside. So
161.
that's what Conan missed this early on.
Not going to get it this time. And because
85. Will he
man from
require
Scotland
18?
split the double 18,
Game
he
shot
did have
on
a
the
choice,
fourth leg.
but that's a very
Willie Borland.
aggressive, quick take from Willie. If indeed anybody is to lose a group game
Fifth leg,
tonight,
it's Conan to throw
the key
first.
is to
Game
make
on.
sure that you don't get donutted. Do not lose to 0. Do not lose to 1. Make it as tight as possible.
140.
There's a secret formula. Oh, it's actually not so secret. The key to getting through to the semi-finals is to make sure you've got at
41.
least 2 points. So that's 1 win from 2 games. And make sure your leg difference is positive. If you've got 2 points and +1 for leg difference, you are through.
57.
There are not much in the way of
125.
additional benefits for winning the group, but you do get the darts in the semi-final if you win your group. So that may be a very large positive, depending on how you prefer
38.
it. Because there are people out there who don't like having the darts. They'd rather go second in leg 1 and look to break in the opening leg.
100.
Conan plays game 1. Borland plays game 1 and game 3. Whitehead will have to wait for game 5 tonight to see what he's got to do to get through to another knockout stage here in week 4.
95.
That treble 5 there from Conan just wasn't able to convert that into a finish, but really Borland will be on something handy.
140.
He's in a very good position now, a position to strike. He's going to have to take that 95.
139. Will he require
Gauntlet has been
95?
laid down. 20. Bullseye.
46.
Wonder if he needed to
Only
take that step
required
to the left.
32.
He's such a rhythmical player. May have just put him off his stride slightly. Conan Whitehead needs double 4.
Game show on the
That's
fifth leg.
a very strong
Conan
start from
Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead.
There are some acronyms in this game. One of the
See if I
favourite
get Willie to throw
acronyms
first.
at the minute
Game
is
on.
FDM, First Start Merchant. We know that Conan is one of them because he's a very aggressive scorer.
35.
But there's another one as well. HTB, hard to beat. Conan, in this setting, is one of the
81.
hardest to beat. He loves playing here. I do believe his family are here in the crowd. And that will
93.
rev him up even more. It's been a brilliant first game. The averages are very impressive, and they're improving by the second.
180.
That is 180 number 2 of the night.
100.
There you see the quality that we're seeing in this first group game of the evening. I like what I'm seeing.
Conan looking to back up that last score of 180.
100.
Really tough for Whitehead. And if they want to finish, that would be for the match.
And now he's got the comfort of knowing that if
60.
he lays up for tops with a
Only
ton here,
require 140.
he will be back for it. That's probably a good dart for him. Because, well, just got to be careful here.
100.
So I quite like that big step over just to make sure there's enough space. Just
Even
to get
if
there.
he got a 5 there, I would have said that's a good dart because the last thing you want to do
100.
is make things
Only
difficult.
require 40.
Hitting this tops will make things a bit easier for himself in Group 1. Double marker.
Game shot
And he
of the
wins by
match.
2.
Conan Whitehead.
One of the favourites for the night, indeed the favourite for the night. The winner of Group A this week gets off to a cracking start, winning by 4 legs to 2 against a very spirited Willie Borland. When you consider what he's done this week, that is actually his best average, and he's just lost the game. Whitehead, he's here to play, and he gets another bullseye check out. So, when we come back, we'll take a diversion, we'll go to the right, and we will see what happens in Group 2 with our first game there between Scott Walters and Richard North.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
The tears of one champion, but another former champion has got his campaign off to a perfect start, and that is Conan Whitehead, who's got the better of Willie Borland by 4-2 to kickstart his evening's work. We're going to decompartmentalise with Group 1 just for a few minutes. We'll head back to that later on in the evening because we're going to begin Group 2 now, and we're going to kick off with Scott Walters, a man who has qualified for Champions Week before here at the Super Series, but he made it as a reserve top-up in Series 2. He takes on Richard North, a man who'd love to be at the big occasion at Champions Week, and he's been talking up his chances. Mind you, Richard North always talks his chances up. I caught up with both players early on this evening to assess their chances ahead of this evening's final. Scott, here we are again, Saturday night at the Super Series. This is becoming a bit of a regular routine now, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not going to say I'm not enjoying it, because I am. But yeah, I like coming here. I like playing here. It's a good setup. It's a lovely vibe.
How would you assess your week so far?
Personally, on a personal appearance of myself, I've been watching it back. I think I've been mediocre, personally. Not my normal standard of play that I normally do, but I've been lucky on a few games, and obviously some of the guys have not been hitting well, so I'll take that. I'll take the wins, and hopefully my game will come out tonight.
So where do you think those areas of improvement lie then within your game at the minute?
My scoring power ain't there at the moment. My doubling's getting better. They haven't been recently, but they were getting better, especially yesterday. But my scoring power is not there. The 180s, I can't find them at the moment. I'm just missing too many.
So a different dynamic tonight in front of a crowd. Can that actually help you to a certain extent, maybe find that little area of your game?
Well, it'd be nice. I mean, I'm not going to say it wouldn't be, but I'm just going to play my game. I'm not going to listen to the crowd. I'm not going to listen to anyone else. I'm just going to go up there and throw the darts, and if they go, they go. If they don't, they don't. You know, nothing else I can do about it.
We've seen you at Champions Week before, but how much would you like to get there as a weekly winner this time?
Well, that's the dream, isn't it? I keep falling short of the semi-finals and the final, so to get there by winning the actual week would be lovely. It'd be an honour to be there again.
Well, I wish you all the very best tonight, Scott. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Richard, here we go. Saturday night again here at the Super Series. How much looking forward to it?
Yeah, you got to love making finals night. You know, I got a bit lucky over the Thursday and Friday. Wasn't playing my best, but, you know, scraped through, so happy to be here.
Do you feel like you had patches, but the patches didn't quite turn into consistency?
Yeah, I think my timing was pretty good at times, but all in all, it was a very poor performance from me. Wesley probably should have went through. Losing all his last games on the Friday was a bit of a shock.
So what do you think you need to do tonight compared to the previous two nights to stand yourself the best possible chance of success?
Just be Richard North. I know if I play my game, I'm one of the best players in the world. I've competed with the best. I can beat the best, but I can also lose to everyone, so, you know.
Right, I'm going to bring up that infamous tweet now, because if you win tonight...
Mark Webster never lets me live this down. And Paul Nicholson. And you.
And me. And I'm not going to let you live this down. Yeah. Never going to let you live this down. If you win tonight, does this count as the televised tournament win that you tweeted about them years ago?
Of course it does, because I'm not good enough to play professional at the moment, so any TV title counts. And I'm claiming it if I ever win this.
Well, we look forward to watching you play, Richard. It's always a pleasure.
Cheers, pal. Cheers.
Well, I'm not really sure what Richard North is talking about because I haven't pulled him on that fact at all, but I am going to do it now because you've just poked the wolf, Richard. But welcome to Saturday night to him. He actually has played in here earlier today because he had to defend his ADC belt and he did beat his opponent, Ben Payne, by 9 legs to 6. So he's already won in this arena here today in one sense, but now he wants to win here against Scott Walters and indeed against Scott Campbell, who is the other combatant in Group 2. But as far as that televised title thing with Mark Webster's concerned, Richard, I don't know how you feel, Laura, but he might have a point. There's been a whole thing about televised over the last 10 days because of Fallon Sherrick's 9 daughter. I don't want to get all clickbaity and stuff.
No, not at all. You know, the essence of being televised is on TV, and it is. So, I mean, that's a bit of a moot point as far as I'm concerned. But, yeah, agreeing with North, he doesn't always sit, you know, too comfortably. But on this occasion, I think we're going to have to.
24.
Televised is televised, and they say the revolution will be televised. Is it going to be a revolution here for Northie, here in Portsmouth, not far from
45.
His home stomping ground of Romsey? And, of course, he's up against Scott Walters, who is just up the road in Winchester. They know each other extremely well. They both play for Hampshire, as do you, Laura.
Indeed, yeah. All three of us will be heading up to Staffordshire tomorrow morning. It is a Hampshire match this weekend.
Well, this is the guy that actually won Group B over the last couple of nights.
78.
Richard North was third. Very honest assessments in their interviews prior to this match, both saying that they left something out there.
86.
Yeah, it's quite nice. It's refreshing to hear, isn't it? You know, but they were both, as you say, very, very honest. Both actually saying they were lucky to end up in the positions that they
100.
were. But sometimes in Dutch, you've got to take that bit of luck.
Very often I will say that being lucky in a darts match
60. Scott, you require
isn't necessarily
153.
the right way to put it. But there was a game yesterday that maybe Scott Walters did not deserve to win. And he came away with the victory.
93.
It just so happened that he did top the group, so maybe the littlest bit of fortune, but I think he created a lot for himself as well.
Yeah, I agree. And he's created a lot for himself in this
133.
leg.
Scott, you require 60.
Needs 60 for the opening leg. Tops required.
40.
Early chance
Which
for
do
Richard. It's a
require
really hard ask, but he's
138.
already hit in this leg 2 treble 19s in a row. He's going to need it again. There's one. But no shot at double 12.
114. Scott, you
Walters
require
this
20.
week on doubles.
Game
has
shot on the
been
first leg.
quite
Scott
impressive.
Walters.
And in fact, if you look at all of the players here tonight, we were discussing the stats, Laura, and
Second leg is Richard to throw first.
if
Game
you
on.
were to look at Scott Campbell yesterday and then the weekly figures of everybody else, you could actually split them by about 3%.
180.
So they're all in that 35 to 38% mark. When it comes to maximums this week,
38.
North and Walters can't be separated. They've got 8 each until that opener from Richard, his first of the night.
The one key factor separating
140.
these two. They have met obviously twice this week in Group B, both going the way of Scott Walters. But yesterday, Walters did get that impressive
97.
4-0 win over Richie North. Something he'll be wanting to avoid.
How many times have we seen it over the last 3 years? Someone
105.
might get the best of you in all of the qualifying games and indeed in a group game on a Saturday night, but if you play each other again later, tends to flip
85.
around every now and again.
Richard, you require 76.
Win the one that counts. Right now, this is very valuable. You want to get the jump on the Group C winner,
Game shot on the second
Scott
leg.
Campbell, and that is a
Richard
really
North.
good equaliser from Richard. Great leg of darts in 12.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, strong response there from Richie North. Be one of the best legs we've seen from him this week. He's been quite inconsistent, not quite at the level, and so he was quite
84.
honest about that in his interview. But I do tend to find it on this finals night, the adrenaline's there. They've got through the group stages, but this is slow, so much more cutthroat,
78.
so much more pressure on winning all these matches.
I think sometimes during the week, these players can get caught up in the fact that they have still got days to come or
125.
games to come. They don't necessarily put their foot down all the time. They try and pace themselves. Whereas tonight, it's basically do or die, isn't it?
81.
I think so, and also you've got that added element with the table, and you're constantly going back in the group stages of where am I, and how many points do I need, and what do I need to happen here.
83.
So there's an extra process involved, whereas here, okay, yeah, we do have the mini table, so to speak, to see who goes through to the semi-finals, but it's not as complicated
44.
as that. Basically go out and win, and if you do lose, really do try and lose by a smaller margin as possible.
Now, things were really complicated for Richard last night. He
41.
got himself a really valuable win in his third game, and then he had to watch as Wesley Harms was defeated in his fourth game.
41.
Because of that defeat, Richard was already through. And when he played Steve West in Game 10, in the early hours of this morning, he knew that he was coming to Saturday night. And I think everybody in that scenario
28.
would like to get it done with a game to spare. If it wasn't the case, if Harms had won, North would have been in a situation where he had to beat Steve West to get through.
123. He's got your record.
He ended up
140.
losing that game 4-1, so he could consider himself just a little bit fortunate to be in this position. You've got to make the best of that fortune.
84. Richard, you require 134.
I think he might have miscounted there. He might have thought he was on 78 when in fact he was on 68. Doesn't matter now. He's still on a 2-darter and he is coming back.
48. Scott, you require 56.
Needs double two.
54.
That was a wild last start there from Scott
Richard, you
Walters. Really
require
does
86.
open the door here for Richard North. 86 required, but importantly, it's a breaker throw.
I think he knows the importance of this. I think the crowd do as well. His wife Tracy's in the crowd.
70.
I'm not sure what happened on dart 2. I don't know where it bounced out
Scott, you
of
required 2.
or fell out of. I think he thought it might have been there.
Definitely did look close.
No score.
They aren't close enough. He's had 8 darts at double in this first group match. He's only hit 1.
Richard, you require 16.
North, all the time, a little bit edgy on the stage and always hikes up that shirt as a bit of a nervous
Game
tick,
shoulder
but he is
third
2-1
leg.
up with a
Richard
23
North.
dart break of throw. Do you think there's extra pressure in Group 2, Laura? Because
Fourth leg,
when
it's
they
Richard
look
to
at the
throw
other group
first.
of
Game
Whitehead,
on.
Borland and West, they'll probably think all of the weekly titles that have been won have been from the other group, because Conan Whitehead's got
60.
4 and Steve West's got 2. Nobody in this group has gone to the end of the rainbow yet in a weekly sense. Do they see this as a more winnable group than Group 1?
Yeah, I do
97.
think so. I think as highly competitive, but as both groups are, this is the one that's slightly more open. And not just because of the other 3 players in the other group, but also the fact that all 3 players have
95.
shown quite a bit of inconsistency. They have had really high peaks, but have had some lows as well. So again, on finals night, it just depends on which version of the player turns up.
127.
If we consider their best individual performances of the week in a game, this is how tight this game is. Now, I know that Laura's already mentioned, and I was going to do it too,
46.
about the fact that Walters has won both of their games. If we put that to the side for a second and just look at their likelihood of good performance, the best averages they've had this week
137.
are 1/3 of a point apart. It's tight,
140. Scott, you require 140.
but just how tight will this game be?
Walters just looking to tee up tops.
100.
North
Richard,
back
you
on
require
160. This
160.
isn't out of his reach, but it is a massive finish. There's one. There's the second. Tops required. Just pulls it low.
140. Scott, you require 40.
Yeah, well said, Laura, because that shoulder was very much involved. This is huge.
35.
He can't believe it. North could put him to the sword. He used to call
Richard,
him the
you require
Lionheart.
20.
That was one of the nicknames he's had in his career. Everybody just calls him Northie.
Game
But he is
shoulder
3-1
fourth
up.
leg. Richard North.
Based on the odds compilers giving us information earlier, this is seen
Fifth leg, it's
as a bit
Scott
of an
to throw
upset.
first. Game on.
Is it a sign of just how tight this Group 2 scenario is? You mentioned it was an emotive day for Scott Walters today. It is a year since he lost
60.
one of his parents. I know he desperately would like to mark that occasion with a win tonight. His first win in Portsmouth, because he has been very close before.
180.
There in the crowd, as you can see with the white stripe down his shirt, is Adam Mould. He
100.
is a winner right there. The guy's smiling. He was the very first winner in this building this calendar year.
100.
Yeah, this is a strong start from Richard North. Just need to see what Scott Walters can find, what's left in the tank.
99.
Because as you say, even if Scott Walters does lose, doesn't mean he's necessarily not going to make a semi-final, but leg difference could come into play.
Are you a fan of F1, Laura?
Yeah, it's all right. I'm a bit
91.
old school F1. I used to watch it, Michael Schumacher kind of years.
This statement is still very much the case then. When your
Petrol
tank is a little bit
Which you
emptier,
require 130.
you go faster. because you don't have as much weight. So we're about to see what Scott has got left in the tank. Can he go faster? Will he be given the opportunity?
105. Scott,
He's
your
dodged
requirement,
a match
62.
start. He cannot miss any more doubles. Double top.
22.
That is way over the bar.
Richard, you require
North,
25.
who has missed the bull to win this one by 4 legs to 1, will put himself in the box seat in Group 2 if he finds double 4.
$21.
Walters has
Scott,
been
you
giving
require
another chance.
40.
He must kick from here.
Can he use it as a guide? This element of his game, which has been so
Game
strong.
shoulder,
There he
fifth
goes. He
leg.
does find it, and he
Scott
looks for the
Walters.
heavens. I can imagine he is 2 from 15. And as Paul was saying earlier, it's just been a
Six
huge
legged
element of
Richard
his
to throw
game. It's what's
first.
carried
Game
him over the
on.
line. It's just deserted him slightly, but still in it at the moment.
I'm not entirely sure how he got it in that spot.
177.
Because he is someone who gets the darts to land on top of themselves. That's his stacking method. Maybe a little bit of
83.
inspiration from somewhere else. I'll tell you what, he's going to need more than inspiration by the looks of this start from Richard.
45.
They're not able to back it up, so score here from Scott. Some almost level.
134.
That's a much better visit there from Scott. He keeps in touch. That's exactly what he's got to do right now. He can't fall too far behind.
99.
Got to start asking Richard questions. And it seems that when you ask Richard anything, he's got a rather in-depth answer most
44.
of the time. I know we make fun of how much he talks, but we wouldn't change him.
No, no.
45.
And that was a big deflection there into the 5, but that's got a bit of time. We'll be back for 135. But what can Scott Walters do here? What can he leave? He needs to find at least one treble.
100.
Just going to go back around
Richard, you
24
require
hours.
135.
That game that I mentioned earlier for Scott Walters that he won 4-3 yesterday, that he really should have lost, was against Dan Reed. Is he going to go through the same sort of mill?
50.
The averages
But
aren't
you
that
require
different
140.
to that third game of Friday night. Looks like he's going to have to dodge even more match shots.
82.
He's already dodged
Richard, you
3.
require 85.
Match start at the bull again.
37. Scott, you require 58.
Walters is leading a very charmed existence here in game number 2 of the night. He will have the darts in the last leg if he hits this. Doesn't look comfortable.
No, really doesn't.
Game
But
shot
that
was
did
sixth
look
leg.
comfortable. Wow,
Scott
that was a huge
Walters.
adjustment from Scott Walters. And I'm not sure either of them at this stage will believe that the score is now 3
7
apiece.
from final leg.
All
It's Scott
advantage
to
Scott
throw
Walters.
first.
I'll give Richard
Game
his
on.
credit there. He gave it the old fist pump, but he probably didn't want to. Is this where Walters finds the turbo boost?
100.
He's playing nowhere near his best, and he's still in with a chance.
Yeah, and you know, as a player yourself, you get yourself into these situations. You do miss times and misses, and someone sweeps up underneath you, and their best leg always
140.
comes at that deciding factor. Will it be the same here for Scott Walters?
26.
North has already taken the darts, courtesy of that 140 at the start, and he's accelerating.
139.
Walters needs a big score. Miraculously, he's not got one 140 score in this entire game.
58.
No, but if Scott Walters does go bow out here to Richard North, he has got those important 3 legs on the board. And that could
74.
play a part, depending on how the results go later on tonight.
Such an important point. If you're going to lose 4-3.
59. Richard, you require 148.
6 darts from here. And without being disrespectful to Northey. He might need a couple of visits to
75.
get it done, because he's already missed multiple match darts. Just to have that extra breathing space might be what he needs.
60. Richard,
he
you
does
require
get a bit of breathing
73.
space, so back for 73 for the match.
Double top this time.
Game
And that's the
shot
one
and
that
the
gets it
match.
done.
Richard
Northey wins his
North.
first game of the night and his second game of the day. He's undefeated here on Saturday. There it is. It's not a classic by any means when you look at Scott's statistics. 14 missed darts at double. That's why he'll feel a bit aggrieved with himself. But Richard, 87.97. That is a good 5 points above his weekly average, and his doubles were very useful at 1 in every 3. That's the first game in Group 2 gone, but when we come back, we'll go back to Group 1, and we will say good evening to Steve West, who plays against Willie Borland.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Richard North got over the line in a last leg decider against Scott Walters, making hard work of it in the end, but North is on the board as far as this evening's action is concerned. Well, we're going to go from north to west here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, because the man who's made it to Champions Week on 2 previous occasions, Steve West, is going to become the first player in the history of this competition to make it through to Champions Week in 3 successive series. Matt Clark and Daryl Pilgrim have qualified for Champions Week this time around, and they've made it 3 appearances at Champions Week, but they came with a little bit of a gap. Pilgrim 1, 3 and 5. Matt Clark winning 2 and 3 before then booking his spot into 5. West could be the first to do it in 3 successive occasions. However, he takes on Willie Borland, who's already tasted defeat so far this evening. He lost out 4-2 to Conan Whitehead, so he needs a victory to keep his chances of progressing through to the semi-finals alive. And earlier on this evening, I caught up with Mr. West. Steve Weston, Saturday nights are like death and taxes, aren't they, at the Super Series?
Yeah. It's it's one of them things. I'm enjoying it, and getting back here is obviously a pleasure, and it's good.
What would be your overall assessment of this week?
Up and down. Body's messing about with me. I'm on new tablets. Had an operation cancelled, so they've put me on tablets to bring my blood levels down, and then 1 minute I'm good, next minute I feel rough, and then it's hard to deal with, but getting through it.
Going into tonight, can it almost be a little bit of a thrill, considering all the factors that you've had to go through this? Even though you're going to have that expectation to win, there's a little bit maybe of pressure off?
Yeah, not so much pressure. It's more about myself, and if I feel bad or if I feel good, I don't know what's going to happen. So it's just one of them questions I can't answer.
But of course, you've been successful here in the past. Can that give you that extra little bit of a 10% tonight?
Yeah, a little bit of experience will pay. Obviously, you've got the likes of Scott, who's making his debut and got straight through. A bit like Jeroen a couple of weeks ago. But when it come to it, Jeroen sort of crumbled a little bit, and I don't think Scott will do that, but it's, you've got that in your head. If I can get through, I've got a tough group. So if I can get through that, a little bit of a bonus, I think.
Only 2 players have ever made 3 Champions Weeks before. No one has ever made 3 Champions Weeks in a row. If you're successful tonight, you become the first ever player to do that. If that was to be the case, how proud an achievement would that be?
It'd be massive, because obviously, when I lost my card, I was upset, but I knew that there was something in the pipeline for amateurs and stuff like that. So for me to do that would be an amazing achievement, because I could have been sitting at home doing nothing, and this has given me something to sort of keep me going and drive me on, and I'm looking forward to that.
And we're looking forward to watching you tonight. Steve, good luck.
Cheers, pal.
Typically honest assessment from simply Steve West, who comes into tonight fancied by many, because when he comes to Saturday night, he tends to get it done. And as far as Group 1 is concerned, it will be job done in 1 game if he beats Borland, because Willie already being beaten by Conan Whitehead in Game 1 would mean his elimination if he doesn't get the win against Steve. But this young man from Scotland, who has been impressive over the last couple of days, he needs to find something extra now. He had his best average of the entire week against the Group A champion from Wednesday, but it wasn't good enough.
First leg, it's Willie to throw first. Game on.
He's going to need a little bit more. Is he going to find it, Laura?
Well, I thought he was really impressive in his first match. Just
99.
came up against an even more impressive Conan Whitehead. Does have the advantage of throw here, so I think this first leg is going to maybe tell us how the rest of the match is going to go. A hold a throw for Willie Borland would be massive. Steve West can break him. And he's got a huge mountain to climb once again. And it's a different kind of pressure, really, isn't it, for Willie Borland, because this really is last chance saloon.
It's almost as if Knockout Darts has knocked on his door a little bit early. And in some people's cases, that's a good thing, because they prefer
100.
to have that urgency and that jeopardy on their doorstep. As far as West's week is concerned, he's played the most games of anybody by quite some distance. Conan Whitehead's played 15 games this week. That's the second most. West has played 23.
100.
How many times have we said this? that if there's one person in a week involving Steve West who could have a couple of days off and use them to their peak, it's Westy. But he never gets the days off. He always does it the hard way.
Kind of implied there, didn't he, after losing his tour card? This was something that's kind of driven him and motivated him. Maybe he actually quite likes staying here for 5 days.
You make a good point. 67 left. Maybe it's the company of the players, the camaraderie, and the challenge.
66. Stevie require 104.
This is a challenge. One treble needed. There it is. Double top.
Game shot.
Huge
the first
mark.
leg. Steve
Quality
West.
from West, who, if my eyes don't deceive me, Laura, I think he's changed
Second
his
against
punch
Steve
tonight.
to throw first.
He'll look a little bit different. Now, I'm sure he's got his reasons. Whenever he makes a change, it's for good reason. But that is a really good start.
Yeah, perfect start there for Steve West. And looking like a perfect follow-up.
177.
There is something missing from the Super Series
60.
ledger in the last couple of years. In fact, we haven't had a 9-darter on a Saturday night.
Steve West has delighted us to a 9-darter previously against 2-time Super Series overall champion Luke Littler.
59.
And I think we've got 2 real key contestants actually that could do that in this group in Conan Whitehead and Steve West.
Oh, I agree. And don't discount Mr. 9-darter, Willie Borland. He tends to time his 9-darters for the ideal time, which is the last leg of a contest. He needs to time his run to perfection here because he's running out of time.
180. Stevie Rock 164.
If you were to offer Steve a 140 in this position, you would have your hand off.
Right now, he'd have your hand off for just a treble 20 find here.
45.
I wonder where 45 was in that list. Way down low at the bottom.
83.
Unfortunately for
Stevie
Steve,
require 119.
William has actually slipped into the treble 1, giving him exactly the same outshot. 60 for tops. Again, he strays into the 5.
43. Will he require 119?
So a chance here for a break back. Same way, needs treble 20. Can't get it, can he lay something up?
59. Stevie requires 76.
First leg was tight, and West won it. Double top again.
Game show in the second leg.
A little bit of deja vu and a little bit of a celebration there from West, who was having a love relationship with double top so far tonight.
When you have had a couple of, they are
125.
quite key moments there for Steve West, kind of going into the live on a couple of occasions. When you can pin that double first time of asking, a little deserved celebration.
60.
You get the feeling that Conan Whitehead in the practice room right now is thinking, go on, Westy, you take care of this guy.
93.
We'll have a nice little game in game 5, and then both of us will go full throttle in the semi-finals. I made a prediction off the air
43.
maybe about 90 minutes ago, saying that it would be West versus Whitehead in the final tonight.
96.
I think it's going to happen.
The way they've both started their campaigns, the way they've both started tonight, wouldn't surprise me one bit.
That's the ideal first start for Steve. He can attack the flight now and let the darts collect together.
180.
Wonderfully done from the man who's hit more 180s this week than anybody else.
100.
Yes, I know he's played more games than anybody else, but he's still got to hit them. He's now got 37 for the week. He was the picture of consistency
58.
when it came to Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday in
87.
Group A. He got 9 on Monday, 9 on Tuesday, 9 on Wednesday.
82.
Well, he pulls that one into
Stevie
the single
Maguire,
5, giving West a chance
160.
of another double top combination shot. Huge ask. And he'll be desperately
100.
disappointed
Will
that
he
he didn't
require
get a shot at it.
5?
Double 2 required. Yeah, it's awkward. Has to move.
1.
And that was desperately unlucky there for Willie Borland.
Stevie
I don't know
requires
about you,
60.
Laura, but I actually thought that was
I
in.
did as well. I was waiting for the call. Again, this is for a 3-0 lead here for Steve West.
Has to move because the flight is firmly in his way.
Game's
However,
on
it
the
just
third
doesn't
leg.
matter.
Steve West.
3 out of 3 on double top in this match. He is cruising, but he's being given
Fourth leg, it's
opportunities.
Steve to throw first. Game
Ironically, Borland's had more darts at double than West in this game, and he can't believe that he is 1 leg away from elimination.
Yeah, arguably producing one of his best darts of the week, Willie Borland. But
140.
coming right up against it from Conor Whitehead, and here with Steve West.
57.
It is a killer group, though. You see these groups every now and again, and you think, wow, that's strong. I know most of them are, but when you talk about what you mentioned earlier, Laura, about the fact that they've all had tour cards in the PDC system before,
140.
that doesn't happen every week. And when you consider how many people have got tour cards in the past
41.
from Group 2 tonight, there's only 1. I think the exit door is going to have Willie Borland's fingerprints on them in the next 20 minutes.
140.
You just don't see Steve West losing from this position. He is
96.
about as snug as a
Stevie
bug in a
require
rug
81.
here on a Saturday night, and he just knows the formula to get it done in the groups. Just a simple layup.
41.
And guess what he's left?
As I said, there was no other option really there for Steve West but tops.
We talk about the checkout
59.
of 44
Stevie
being
require
4 tops.
40.
This is for a game won with 4 double tops in 4 darts.
Game shot and
Outrageous
the
doubling
match.
from West.
Steve West.
100% on the outer ring and a mid-90s average to basically tell the field, I am the person to beat. It is a little bit behind what Conan Whitehead did against Willie Borland, but that doubling performance was special. They both had the same amount of attempts, but Steve hit his, Willie didn't take any of his chances, and he bows out at the group stage. When we take a short break now, we will take stock, and when we come back, Richard North has a chance of winning his group against Scott Campbell, who joins us.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it took Steve West just 4 legs to make it through to the semi-finals here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, opposing of Willie Borland to knock him out of the competition. And I suppose this is one of the unique things about the Super Series, isn't it? That Borland's been eliminated by the time we've seen our last player begin his first match. Scott Campbell yet to get his campaign underway, and he already stands mathematically a better chance than he did just a couple of minutes ago. Only 5 players now left in the race for that space in Champions Week. He's going to take on Richard North, who's already victorious, sealing a 4-3 win against Scott Walters, getting his campaign underway. So if Northie can pick the points up, then he is semi-final bound alongside Steve West and Conan Whitehead. But for Scott Campbell, it's been a dream debut so far for him. Didn't expect to get through to the Saturday night. He took every game as it comes, but now he's in the big occasion. He's relishing the task, and I caught up with him earlier on this evening.
Starting on Thursday morning, but ready to go again tonight and see what happens again.
What were your expectations coming into this?
I just wanted to play well. I didn't want to embarrass myself. A lot of support back home, a lot of people watching, and I think I've done that. I think I started really well on Thursday morning, lost it in the middle against a couple of players I knew, and then pulled it back towards the end of the day, and then just had a great day yesterday, which put me through, which was fine.
And some of those averages, obviously a couple of ton plus averages. Do you expect to hit those heights as quickly on a stage environment?
I always laugh and joke back home, like finals day and stuff like that in Aberdeen. I always seem to play my best darts on stage, but there's always that little dip, and can't afford to do that tonight. If I have that dip, then I'll be going home.
As you say, you didn't expect to be here tonight, so can you take this as an absolute free roll?
Yeah, you've hit it. You've hit it in a nail on the head. It's just a free hit for me tonight. Group A is looking really tough. Group B, not looking as tough as in player-wise in the calibre of players as you see the names. Scott Walters had a really good night last night as well, so hopefully he doesn't have 2 good nights in a row.
And I suppose, would it be the icing on top of a very, very big cake if you were able to pick up the win this week?
Yeah, I'd definitely be due John Henderson a couple of drinks. Whatever happens tonight happens. It's not a problem. Just more experience in a finals night. Brilliant.
And hey, it could be a double night of celebration of you and Hendo in York.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah, he's on at 7 o'clock, but obviously I won't see that till later on once tonight's finished. But fingers crossed him and Jim McEwen does well. Jim plays Glenn. I think it's the last game tonight. So fingers crossed for the Scottish guys.
Well, I wish you all the best, Scott. Good luck.
Perfect, thanks.
Very honest words there from our last combatant of the night, playing their first game. Scott Campbell up against Northey, who, if he wins this game, he will be assured of winning Group 2. But Scott Campbell, he was hoping that John Henderson was going to win at the World Seniors event in York this evening. Unfortunately, John didn't win his game against Dave Cameron from Canada. So it's all down
First
to
leg
you,
is
Scott.
Richard to throw first. Game on.
He doesn't have the darts in this game, but if he beats Northey, he will be through in the same sort of... In fact, I do go back on myself. I'm continually thinking about Group 1. If he wins this game heavily, he's going to have a really, really good chance. Because that 4-3 scoreline that Laura mentioned at the end of game number 2, the tighter it is, the harder the situation.
Yeah, that was quite a nice interview that Scott Campbell just gave there. I think he's already exceeded his own expectation in terms of what he's done here so far at the MODUS Super Series. But I honestly think there's more to come.
125.
He's on it. He really is on it. Had averages of 101, 103. But as we said at the top of the show, he can dip off in terms of performance.
140.
It's been fascinating listening to him this week because he's been very smart and he's got a lot of know-how as to where he stands. He talked about
43.
how well he's played on the Challenge Tour this year. He said he hadn't played anywhere near his best. So we looked at him with a very fresh slate when it came to Thursday afternoon. But by the end of Thursday early evening, we thought, hang on a minute, he might be a bit better than the stat sheets are telling us.
Yeah, you mentioned Challenge Tour. I think his best is actually just a top 64 in 2023, but has beaten the likes of names that we will know.
83,
Scott Mitchell,
Richard, 154.
Mike Warburton, Thibaut Tricot. Has had a few good wins. But I think what this format affords is you can make those mistakes and you will come
58.
back. It's not a straight knockout.
Scott require 150.
That's what they do on the Challenge Tour.
Doesn't have the darts in this first game, but will have them against Scott Walters in Game 6. He'll be smarting a bit from losing 4 legs to 3
78.
in that
Richard
second
require
game. But
96.
Northey was very happy to have achieved the 2 points in that 7-leg contest. He's not going to get a shot at a double here.
88.
Scott this
Scott
week
requires 72.
has improved day on day with his doubling. He was only 28% on Thursday. He hiked that up by over 6% on Friday. Double 6.
60.
Chance
Richard
for North.
require 8.
Is he, Laura, getting too many chances tonight, Richard?
He has had a few, but will need to take them.
Game show on
and
the
a
first
bit of a
leg.
deflection off that
Richard
second
North.
dart there, but Richie North won't mind. Yeah, wiping the brow, Richie North. I don't blame you.
Second against Scott to throw first. Game on.
Would you like to show us any more emotion, Richard, without talking? Even when he's not allowed to talk, he's still talking in a certain sense. But you're right, that was a really
41.
good deflection. But that's what markers are for. They do actually make the doubles bigger.
100.
Largely forgotten that Richard North has been to a weekly final where he lost out to a certain Luke Littler.
His name comes up quite a bit
96.
at the moment, doesn't it? Thorn in probably many a player's side at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of you might have tuned in to see him win Series 3 and Series 4.
57.
He will be here in Series 5. But unfortunately, that's going to be the end of it because he has a tour card now. He has got himself so high up the Development Tour Order of Merit.
100.
And indeed to the World Youth Championship final in November in Minehead against Kian van Veen. So when we see Littler later in this series,
140.
it will be for the last time probably.
Yeah, that announcement there probably comes as not much of a surprise to many people.
It's a bit of a relief for everybody else. It means that the players who play in the MODUS Super Series from now on won't have
100.
to handle him anymore. Somebody else can get their mitts on a £20,000 cheque, or indeed the £5,000 cheque that is on offer on a night like tonight.
83. Scott, you require 164.
Well, first shot at a finish in this leg goes the way of Scott Campbell. In terms of ton plus checkouts, he has had 2 this week, but highest peaking at a ton.
92. Richard, you require
One of 2 people in the
121.
field tonight who have had their personal best checkout of the week twice. Conan Whitehead is the other
45.
one, and he's had
Scott, you require
170
72.
twice. Campbell missed this in leg 1. But not by this route.
Game shot
Double
in the
top.
second leg.
Gets him to
Scott
1-1.
Campbell.
Now, there is a scenario. If Scott Campbell wins this game
So look, it's
4-3,
Richard to throw first. Game on.
we then look at game 6 with very different emotions. We haven't had a 9-dot shootout for a while.
100.
That would be fun for the crowd and everybody watching on YouTube. Don't forget that you can get in touch with us on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram and the TikTok account. Just search for MODUS Super Series. Let us know what you think. If you've got any questions, please get in touch.
120.
Yeah, 120 floor went into the pack there, and sometimes
41.
I always find as players, you know, when you're in these kind of scenarios and that kind of stuff happens, you think, do I have any luck? Where is my luck?
Well, sometimes you run out of room. You're getting your darts to stand up the way that Scott does, and indeed Richard. And sometimes it is the case for West and for Whitehead. The dart hits the previous shot before it hits the board.
100.
It can be a very advantageous angle of attack, but sometimes it will bite you as well. Especially when you're staying on the treble 20, even when it's blocked like that.
100.
That makes that ton even better.
I was going to say, I didn't think he'd find a way through, but he did.
I'm not sure we're going to get a better dart tonight than that of Conan's at double 3.
140.
When he went through 2 blocking darts. That was extraordinary. But we're not going to get a better doubling performance on the whole than what we saw from Steve West. 4 out of 4 in beating Willie Borland and taking out
81.
one of the
Richard
Scottish
require
players from tonight.
120.
Will Scott go the same way, or will he make his way to the last 4?
80.
You said it, Laura.
Scott, you require 100.
He likes 100 checkout.
Yeah, he has had 2 this week. A disaster, but needs treble 19. And that now means it won't go. So Richie North for a holder throw needs tops. Has West got
27.
Steve West, obviously, all 4 of those shots on top.
Richard require 40.
Can anyone else hit it?
Let's see.
Game shot on the
Richard
third
can.
leg. Richard North.
He's averaging 82.33 so far. Campbell just a little bit more.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Information around averages is always intriguing after 3 legs. It's more of a guide to us after 5 or 6.
24.
I did wonder what we would get from Scott Campbell in this scenario. It's a very new feeling for him. He's played here the last couple of days on debut and done exceptionally well in winning Group C. But he's not played here with people watching behind him. It's a very different feeling. There's a different temperature here as well with the added bodies.
140.
North has played here before in front of people, as has Walters, as has West and Whitehead. And
34.
Don't mean to be the curse of the Scottish, but the 2 people who have not played here on a Saturday night are Campbell and Borland, and he's already gone.
35.
Yeah, when you're working to such fine margins, even the smallest of things, as you say, can make that bit of difference.
140.
And obviously when they play throughout the week as well, just the noise, the sound, you're used to it being so silent in there. And now there is a few bodies, and they will make some noise.
Some of the players may make some noise towards the end of the night as things get tighter and the money starts going up.
98.
It's not just £5,000 for the winner tonight. The further you get, the more you get.
94.
You get a little bonus for getting to Saturday night, and then if you make the semis, it goes higher. You make the final, it goes up again, and then the double your money match at the very end. A couple of times this week you've seen Johnny Haynes on 150.
Richard, you require 150.
He tried ball first. It didn't work. Neither did that. Just get the feeling that Scott Campbell needs something to click. He needs something to happen.
121.
Whether it's a maximum or a finish like this, just to give himself a little jolt of belief.
Part 1. Needs double 14.
107. Richard, you require
Again, another
124.
chance afforded to Richie North. 124 required, but won't go. So Scott Campbell back for 14, but that isn't
28.
as simple as
Scott
it might
required
sound.
14.
It can split down not very well.
Game shot on the
That was an
fourth
aggressive
leg.
shot, wasn't it?
Scott Campbell.
Really good, confident hit there from Scott. He must break Richard North at some point, otherwise he will lose this game.
But you called it earlier. If it does go 4-3 as well, it's it's all going to come down to
100.
what happens between Scott Walters and Scott Campbell in that last match.
There's a whole heap of Scots tonight. Whether it's nationality or name.
40.
We had something similar last week. It's Scott Marsh, Scott Baker, but then we had 2 Scots in Sean McDonald and Hendo. I did get a bit confused every so often.
60.
We do have a really cosmopolitan field for next week. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. But we are going to be getting players from quite a few different countries. I mentioned
140.
Super Series legend Luke Littler. Someone who is just the tiniest bit older than him is actually going to join us next week in the shape of
43.
Leighton Bennett. I'm sure you've heard that name before. He will join us from Monday morning at 9:30, and just to make sure you don't miss that first day of Group A action on Monday for the start of Week 5 on our YouTube channel that you're watching
60.
currently, please remember to click the subscribe button and to click that notification bell as well, and we will give you advanced warning as to when play begins.
38.
We're pretty level in the match, but these are Richie North's darts. He's only 1 point ahead at the moment, so it is a massive opportunity. As you said before, Scott Campbell does need to find a break if he's going to win the match.
57.
This is a superb opportunity to do that. North has thrown 4 visits here, and he's only down to 260.
40.
Yeah, and you could just hear him chastising himself there. Knows he's giving Scott Campbell quite a few opportunities to find that breaker throw.
Not the first time that anybody's ever said you can hear Richard North. I'm sure that Scott Campbell, who lives up in Aberdeen, can probably hear Richard from the south coast.
123.
We do jest about Richard, but we love him the way he is. He is someone
40.
who has got
Scott,
this
you require
automatic
81.
injection of life about him. He loves life.
Yeah, he's very energetic and he loves darts. And I know he does love to win. Really has afforded an opportunity here for Scott Campbell.
Double top for that break that he requires.
41.
He will return.
I'm just wondering, because I know we've spoken about it this week. Have you worked out what is Scott Campbell's favourite double yet?
Nope. Ask me another one on general knowledge, because
140.
trying to figure out Scott Campbell's
Scott, you
favourite
require
double
40.
is like trying to solve Leonardo da Vinci's knot with a blindfold on.
Well, I think tops might be his favourite double if he can get it here and break Richie North.
Game
And that
shot
he
on the
does.
fifth leg.
Now,
Scott
Scott
Campbell.
Campbell will return and throw for the match.
Always makes me laugh when a dart player goes up to the board.
Sixth leg.
They
It's
show a little
Scott
bit
to
of
throw
gumption by
first.
plucking the dart from
Game
the
on.
board. It almost looks angry. The dart hasn't done anything wrong.
No, I think we've all probably been quite guilty of doing it. Kind of a little release, isn't it?
Yeah, to say it's a bit of a mental game, I think that's twofold.
I was gonna say that's a bit of an understatement as well.
Fair to say we haven't seen the best of Scott Campbell tonight,
100.
but it hasn't had to be. His ceiling of performance has been better than any other player.
140.
I think when he hit that 103.66 average,
100.
he may have surprised himself. But then when he averaged over 101 on Friday in another match, that may have been confirmation that he really does belong here.
100.
You know, as he was saying, and as we've discussed, he hasn't had the best year on the Challenge Tour. Hasn't really reached those
99.
heights,
It's got
averaging
require
around mid-80s
170.
to early 90s. So to be able to do it here, fantastic.
We're looking for 170, number 4 of the week. We've had 2 from Conan Whitehead. We had 1 from Johnny
83.
Haynes.
Well, we won't have one this time from Scott Campbell, but Richie North back on 202. So Scott Campbell to return for 87 and the match.
125.
This is now a very
Scott, you require 87.
strange position for Richard, because if he loses 4-2, he will be sitting back watching Game 6 with 2 points and -1. He's in jeopardy now because Scott Campbell may only need legs when he plays against Scott Walters in the 6th game. And Richard knows his position more than most. He didn't play his best there. He did not get enough shots at double. He only got 4, but Campbell got double that, and he was able to hit half of them. It wasn't his best performance, but it was plucky. And it does get him his first 2 points and his debut win on a Saturday night here in Portsmouth. When we come back, we will conclude Group 1, but we already know that Whitehead and West are through, but who will win the group?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Scott Campbell got his campaign off to the perfect start, getting the better of Richard North by 4 legs to 2, which means North after 2 matches on 2 points and -1, and he is going to have to wait to see his fate. Right, next up for us, Steve West against Conan Whitehead. Both players know they're into the semi-final. The objective for both of these is to see who is going to top the group, and let's hand over to Lord Turner and Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. As you mentioned there, this group has concluded. We know that these two will be going through to semi-finals, but what we don't know is the exact order they'll be going through. The winner of these two will top the group and will get that advantage of throw in their semi-final. The way they've both played, both been exceptional. But I think the standout thing for me, Steve West and his finishing in that last match, 100%, all finishing on tops. Absolutely spectacular.
When you've got a favourite double, leave it and hit it. That's exactly what Steve did earlier in the night. As far as the performance of Whitehead, we shouldn't underestimate.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
How good it was. B, how good it could have been. Because when you look at 96.83, with 10 missed darts a double in the match,
180.
what could it have been? But it doesn't matter. They're through. It's all about getting the certain job done. And there is a possibility with this game, because they're both through, that they could run with the shackles off. Hang on. What's afoot here?
140.
Steve West definitely had ideas, but it's still on for Conan. Not anymore. We do get a bit excited. As you mentioned earlier, not seen a 9-darter
41
on finals night.
Not yet. Not in Portsmouth, anyway. I do remember going way back 2.5 years ago, Richie Burnett winning one of the very first weekly titles. And he was playing against Sean MacDonald. It was one of the Champions Weeks, in fact.
140. Steve, you require 124.
In that 5th week, he missed double 18 for a 9-darter.
$39. Conan, you require 140
for Whitehead for a 12-darter to start. Not surprised to see him go on treble 18, because he tends to use that more than your average cat.
48. Steve, you require 85.
So 45 would leave his favourites. Goes 20, leaves the ball.
Game shot on the first leg.
That was impressive
Steve
there.
West.
That was almost Conan Whitehead-esque.
Easy for you to say.
No, it wasn't.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first.
I realised as soon as I was saying it, I was going to get stuck at the end.
140.
But you're absolutely right, though. When you consider how many bull finishes Conan's had this week, I do believe it's 7 at least. That's way more than anybody else. But Steve's had a few as well. He had a lovely 127 on Thursday. And let's not discount a lovely 110 finish he had as well, where he went 20 bull for tops.
Arguably not a bull finish.
It isn't.
41.
But we'll give him a little bit of credit for the approach. There's one thing as well tonight that is on a lot of people's lips. We know that Whitehead is in the final 4.
100.
When we look at the all-time standings of weekly wins at the MODUS Super Series, there are people at the top of the list. One of them is Colin Osborne, who was eliminated this week via Group A and Group C. He has 5 weekly wins in his Super Series career. Robert Owen also has 5.
140.
He's not with us because he's currently on the PDC Tour, so he can't add to his tally at the minute. Then you've got Luke Littler on 4, 2 of those being series
140.
titles. But Whitehead's also got 4. He can join Owen and Osborne tonight on 5. I guarantee you that's on his mind. Bullseye for West.
96.
This time he misses.
Conan, you require 99.
Yeah, 3-dart combo needed. Tops. Yeah, so Steve West back
44.
here. Needs
Steve
25.
requires 25.
We'll put him in a 2-0 lead.
What's he doing here? This is not 1 double 12.
21.
That really took
Coming
me
in
by
required,
surprise.
55.
He has always been a 1 double 12 kind of guy. Whitehead going for double 18.
37.
A couple of misses there from the Barbarian. Give
required,
West a
4.
chance to guess his 6th straight leg. Easy for me to say.
Game
There it
shot on the
is.
second leg.
Madhouse
Steve
hit.
West.
It's not just tops he likes. He likes the next door neighbour as well.
So look at Steve to throw first.
I feel like Steve's
Game on.
trying to throw you, Scott Campbell's trying to throw you. They're just mixing it up tonight in terms of finishing.
Yeah, keep us guessing. We don't mind that. Something else on
Whoa,
West's mind, I'm sure.
180.
He'll be wondering if he's going to run into Conan in tonight's final.
140.
Because that could happen. If you stay in your little focused bubble right now and keep winning, you might get to the final. You might win again. But against Conan this week,
140.
it hasn't been happening. In Group A, Whitehead won all 3 of their meetings.
Steve West
85.
really is on track to change that from this week. Strong start from Steve. And if he does top the group, he will play the runner-up of Group 2, which in fairness could still be absolutely anybody.
141.
Yeah, well said. 3 players in Group 2 still in contention, but Richard North
55.
is
Stevie
sweating
required 40.
now for his spot and is definitely in jeopardy. He misses tops for a change. Well, that's got to be the bust shot.
Game shot on the
Well,
third
that was
leg.
aggressive.
Steve West.
A lot of people with Whitehead on 200 plus would have gone for a big 16 or something like that, but West is having none of it, averaging over
Fullback, it's Conan
102
to
here.
throw first. Game on.
And it's now 7 consecutive legs. This is about as dominant as we saw from Daryl Pilgrim in week 2.
100.
And you mentioned it earlier, didn't you? Though in these scenarios, they play each other throughout the week. They're obviously playing now at finals night, and they do have a collision course to the final, which you did predict. And quite often, the winner of the
55.
semi-final doesn't necessarily convert to being the winner of the final. So I wonder how it'll all play out.
You'll have to do a Jim White over the next couple of
60.
hours to find out, and that's to stay with us. I guarantee you on deadline week that nobody's been wearing a yellow tie here. And there are no ties.
125.
MODUS Super Series action here tonight because we don't have the possibility of a 9-dart shootout anymore. But we do get a barrel load of 180s in this game. We're averaging 180 per leg in this 5th match of the night.
140. Coming in 161.
Giving himself 6 darts from here. We'll need all 6 darts.
This is extraordinary scoring from both players. Let me just illustrate it for you.
125.
4 maximums, 10 140 plus scores between them. And funnily enough, the tons are just as good as the 180s. What does that tell you?
141.
That's his second
Coming in
141
required
setup shot.
36.
Got to hit it, Cole. Can't miss. Doesn't
Game shot on
miss.
the fourth
That's what
leg.
champions do.
Conan Whitehead.
They stay alive.
And you've seen it quite often. I always think that with 36 and
5th leg, it's Steve
it's
to
a double
throw
that a lot of
first.
players like to leave.
Game
They
on.
like double 18, but if you do happen to miss, then the double 9 and the breakdown after that can make things a little bit sticky.
Now, let me ask you a really honest question then, Laura. Do you like double 18?
If it goes in, yeah. If I split it, absolutely not. I tend not to
62.
leave it. If
So you
that's
don't like double 9 then?
no. No, it has got me out of a bit of trouble before.
I can sympathise.
60.
I love double 18. Hate double 9.
But they're odd numbers. We're not fans of odd numbers
No,
either.
we don't. If you were to poll 100 dart players, probably about 90 of them would say they don't like odd
59.
numbers in any sense, whether it's volume on the TV, something on the car stereo. It's always got to be even.
65.
That's a rejection from the treble 20 for Conan.
Yeah, Conan Whitehead now in a position that needs to find a couple of breaks to throw. The way Steve West has been playing, I think that's going to be some challenge.
Here's how good West's doubles were in his first game. He's had more than double the amount of attempts in this contest compared to his first win.
100.
And he's still not over the line. Can he get a third maximum to leave a two-darter? Asking ye shall receive.
180.
I think Conan and Steve West have both got those throws that when that first dart goes in, you just think, especially when it lies like it did then, just going to follow.
38. Stevie require 100.
His average in this game has been north of 100 the whole time.
$60.
And he has been utilising a different part of the 20 this week when he's had 60 or 80 left. He's been utilising the small 20 whenever he needs it. He
64.
didn't use it there.
Stevie require 40.
Now he just needs the double to win Group 1, which is a very tough group. Stepping to the left on double 10.
20.
Very curious step, that one. That was very James Richardson. He's the only person I know who does that.
Didn't quite pay off for him, but see, we'll be back.
148. Stevie required 20.
I assure you, Conan did not want to hit the double 14. And West finally get over the line. He is way left. 14.
Shot
And wins Group 1 with an excellent performance. And the only reason his average in that performance has gone south of 100 is because it took him a couple of visits to get it all done. But one of the favourites is through as the group winner, 96.04 and 26% on the doubles. He won't care about those numbers. He'll just care about the fact that he's unbeaten going into the semis, and he will have the darts in the semi-finals as well. Conan Whitehead will play in semi-final 2 against the winner of Group 2. And I just wonder who that's going to be. To find out, you'll have to come back after the break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, we found out that West was best in Group 1, a 4-1 victory against Conan Whitehead in a scintillating game to round off that particular group. It's now about the conclusion of Group 2. It sees Scott Walters up against Scott Campbell. Scott has to win to keep his hopes alive. Richard North is on 2 points and -1. Now, Scott Walters is on -1 and 0 points, so a victory would be enough for Scott to go through. As for Campbell, he finds himself on 2 points and +2. So to differentiate all the permutations, here's Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner.
This one is pretty tricky, but let's see how this one pans out. The simplest version is as such, and I'm sure Richard North is wishing for this right now, which is for Scott Campbell to go and beat Scott Walters. Simply put, if that happens, Richard North
First leg,
is
it's Scott
also
Campbell
through,
to throw
but
first.
with 2 points and
Game
-1,
on.
Laura, he's in real peril. He can do nothing now. He has to wait.
Yeah, it's for us here in the commentary and probably everyone watching at home, this is the beauty of this group stage on finals night. But for Richard North, he is tentatively waiting because the fate of his night is no
43.
longer in his hands.
Before we go too deep into this match and the permutations of it, I think it's fair to say that Scott Walters, who
140.
didn't play his best in Game 2 against Richard, losing 4-3, he will have to play better than that if he's got any chance of winning this game. And that's without the
96.
pressure of just trying to get through to the semi-finals where he has been before. But I think his interview earlier on was very apt. He's not playing his
100.
best this week. He's scrapping like a bulldog, though.
Yeah, he mentioned he needs to find his scoring power. Only found a bit of it so far, but we are early on into the match.
121.
Now, Richard just poked his head into the commentary box to see what the permutations are. We look at them slightly differently than what he will,
131.
because we're looking to see what Scott has to do to get through, what Scott Walters has to do to get through. He wanted to know what has to happen for him to get
100.
through.
Scott, you require 130.
For the time being, we're going to focus on what these guys need to do. Like Henry mentioned, Walters
65.
just needs
Scott,
to
you
win.
require 141.
Because his points total will get to 2, the same as North. And he already has the same leg difference. So a positive step in the right direction will get him to a better position. But that is not a good
shot
sign.
The first leg. Scott
That
Campbell.
shot from Campbell is his best checkout of the week by quite some distance.
Second against Scott Walters to throw first. Game
What
on.
a time to do it. I know we said we're focusing on these two, but I'm sure that may be slightly delightful to Richie North, who's hoping to get through. Because, as you say,
97.
a Scott Campbell win would see Richard North through to the semi-finals.
I think I heard something in the background there. Either someone's dropped an anvil or Richard North was very happy about that
100.
141 checkout. And on top of that, Campbell was very happy with it too, and he had every right to feel that way.
Yeah, and I felt
100.
Campbell did get the win over Richie North earlier, but felt a little bit edgy at times. I just think Scott Campbell's just grown into this tournament this week, and perhaps we're seeing more of that at the moment.
97.
Yeah, I think we may have found something in the man from north of the border. He actually wasn't slated to play this week. He was a late replacement for
84.
Stretch David Evans, who was unable to play it. And what a substitute this has been.
And this is one of the reasons, I guess, why this is so interesting, because we do
96.
get to see new faces, we do get to hear new names, and you never know, they could be the next Hendo or whatever of the future.
140.
Would you like to put a bit more pressure on him to be the next Hendo?
As he was a John Henderson recommendation, then, I just thought it was an apt person to mention.
Are you trying to tell me that Scott Campbell is a John
100.
Henderson
Scott, you require
chef special?
80.
You're not going to reference soup now, are you?
No, I'm not.
Game on the second leg.
He had
Scott
real
Walters.
turmoil on the doubles in his previous game, hitting 3 from 17. But his first look at a double in this match,
Campbell to throw first.
much better.
Game on.
I love a good England-Scotland battle. It reminds me of that old school clash between Eric Bristow and Jockey Wilson,
100.
where somebody from the crowd tossed a beer on the stage. And it didn't even fluster Eric. One of the greatest rivalries in sport for me,
100.
England versus Scotland at darts.
Yeah, absolutely. Both players, so much stage presence, so much bravado up there.
100.
Just to make sure of his participation in the semi-finals. And this is courtesy, I might add, because of
131.
his 4-2 victory against Richard North. Campbell only requires 2 legs in this game, because even if he lost 4-2,
100.
his leg difference would be better than that of Richard North. And that would mean
76
participation in the next phase for Walters. This is about as complicated as a group can get. That's why we're communicating this very slowly and drip feeding you. We don't want to give you all the information at once.
You're doing that for my
45.
benefit, really, aren't you? I don't blame you, to be fair.
I'm doing it for my own.
$100.
But the simplest version
Scott
of it
require
is if Walters
156.
loses, he knows exactly where he's going next, and it's not into the semi-finals. You're better off having points in the bank than no points at all. He's got 116. He doesn't have to stay on the 60 here.
60.
But decided
Scott
to do
require
so anyway. He's
94.
quite stubborn in that regard, isn't he? I mean that in a nice way. He's a lot bigger than me, so I don't want to say anything too
I was going to say,
drastic.
I'll let you tell him that.
78.
He didn't need to see where the dart went because
Scott,
it
you
was
require
etched all over his
96.
face. The disappointment was evident. Where does he go this time? It's the 19s, and he needs 2 of them.
58.
Good try.
Scott, you requires 16.
So this will break a throw for Scott Walters.
Game shot
And
the
this time
third
does
leg.
find it.
Scott Walters.
And I am still intrigued with Scott Campbell's doubling choice. Double on that occasion. Completely different one once again.
Fourth leg, it's Scott Walters to throw first.
I think he's got a
Game.
bingo card to see if he can have a shot at every double this week. He'll be pretty close to
I was
it.
going to say, it wouldn't surprise me if he actually has.
95.
Those deflections that you're seeing with Walter's second and third darts, they're starting to be kinder in this one. That's a good sign because he's
41.
obviously getting the darts closer together. The practice room is very quiet right now.
28.
That's the kind of first dart that he wants. So he can attack that flight and get it to nestle just like that.
140.
It's a little lesson for people who might be having a practice this Saturday night alongside watching. If you want to be a big scorer, don't just go for the treble 20 when the dart's
95.
already in there. Hit your own flight. It gathers it. This is what he's going for now. He's trying to hit the flight. See?
140.
Yeah, great advice there. And great visit from Scott Campbell. Once again, third 140 for him of the match.
55.
Good standard in this game. We're 3 legs deep. And like I said in the previous match, 3 legs tells you a pretty decent story of the standard. This is a 93 average standard for both players.
123.
It's very good.
And that was very good too from Scott Campbell, down to 57. But we'll see him have a chance to break the throw
58.
straight back.
Scott, you require 57.
Just don't give him a shot at that 170.
Game shot on the
That
fourth
is a
leg.
very big dart for Scott Campbell. Because now he's assured of having at least 2 points and a leg difference of all square, which is something
leg,
that
it's
Richard
Scott Campbell
North
to throw
can do
first.
nothing about. Campbell on debut is into the
Game
semis.
on.
And because of the permutations and the way things are, I'm not 100% sure that Scott Campbell will be aware of this.
You know what I'm going to say next, right? Ignorance is bliss.
55.
Just play.
It is a motto I try and live my life by.
47.
When you say to someone that they're ignorant, it's actually not a bad thing.
I think context has a lot to do with it,
Yes,
but I
I
know
think
what
that's
you
correct.
mean.
83.
When you consider his first performance tonight, Campbell 85.08. Compare that to what he's done this week. That's a good 2 points down on what we've seen from him the last couple of days.
100.
But this is a few points the other way. He is on an upward trend.
But I found his stats sometimes quite difficult because he peaked, as we've mentioned before. He had a
60.
couple of ton plus averages, but then had a couple in the high 70s as well. So, yes, the average of the averages is in the middle, but doesn't necessarily tell the whole story, which, as we've mentioned before, averages don't always do
140.
anyway.
Indeed, especially this week. But the range of the averages has been quite wide, like you mentioned. It's around about 25 to 26 points between his lowest and his highest. You'd like that to be a lot
46.
tighter than that. I don't think we've seen anything close to what Scott Walters can do this week, but he's still fighting.
140.
Just to reiterate, Walters just needs to win. Whether it's 4-2 or 4-3.
60.
He just
So it requires
needs
74.
the points. Double top with an absolute beaut of a marker.
Game shot on the fifth
Absolutely
leg.
sensationally
Scott
used.
Walters.
That really was kind. A nice little skidder. And he's now one leg away from qualification.
Six-legged Scott Walters to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, as you say, the way that Scott Walters starts tend to land, but they're slightly flatter, and he does tend to stack them. And he really did stack that leg there.
70.
We've had a real compass week this week. We don't have anybody called East. West is through, but North might be going south.
41.
Yeah, the only way now for Richie North to make it through would be for Scott Campbell to win these
100.
remaining 2 legs.
He's come a very long way from Northern Scotland. I do believe he doesn't have
121.
much in the way of support here. But a red-headed player from Romsey is definitely in his corner right now.
97.
Sounds a bit like that song, doesn't it? Red something lover from Liverpool.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, as I sit there and stare at you blankly.
Whoa!
Yeah, that's all red.
180.
And that's all right. If you're Scott Campbell leaving 159.
100.
But he has afforded Scott one opportunity to get it done in 6 legs.
Yeah, 134, not an easy task for anyone, especially when you've got that pressure of needing a win.
24. Scott, you're 134.
It's not going to be now. Will it be next?
58. Scott, you're
No trebles makes the next shot
135.
just a little harder. If indeed there is a next. Richard North has not got any fingernails left. It's the bullseye.
Wow. Shot on the
The
sixth
best
leg.
bullseye of the week.
Scott Campbell.
Right in the middle. Bang on the chin of Scott Walters, and now it's a one-leg shootout.
7th and final leg, it's Scott Campbell to throw
Now,
first.
this is the test for Scott Walters. For him to progress, he has to win this leg.
Game on.
501 points. Stood between him and a semi-final, but so is that man there, Scott Campbell, and he does have the darts.
The doubling in this game has been otherworldly. Look at that, under pressure from both players. 75% apiece.
Yeah, and I do have it on good authority that Scott's mum, Kay, is super proud of his achievements. His wife, Nicola, who's a nurse, she's an absolute nervous wreck watching, and I'm afraid to let them know that that's going to continue because he will be in the semi-finals.
Walters can't look.
140.
His nerves will be shredded right now. He just wants Campbell to make a mistake, but he's not making any.
60.
Going to stay up top.
100.
A ton is good for a 180-point lead.
Yeah, and statistically, they're so hard to split at the moment.
100.
Scott was just unable to keep up with Scott
161.
Campbell in this deciding leg.
He's just relentless. What a time
97.
to get your two best finishes of the entire week in the same game. Walters will feel cursed.
86. Scott, you requires 64.
This is not just to go through as the Group 2 winner, but it's to go through with Richard North.
32.
This
Scott,
would
you
be
require
something else, wouldn't it?
155.
Can you do it? There's your answer.
No, and you can see the
45.
disappointment etched on Scott Walters' face.
Scott, you require 32.
He's come so close to a weekly title in the past. He might have to wait a little bit longer. But the man on debut has one left. He wins the group, and Richard North will follow him through. Scott Walters will have to wait for another day to get that elusive weekly title, but the semi-final lineup is now completed because Campbell, who wins that group, will take on Conan Whitehead in the second semi-final. As far as Richard North is concerned, he squeaks through to the semis, and he will take on Steve West in the first semi-final. That was a great performance from Scott, as you can see. 88.71 and 50% on the doubles. He will like that very much. Stay with us. It's semi-final time next.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the group stage action is complete, and the asset Paul Nicholson joins me up here on the balcony to assess what we've seen so far. We're going to begin by having a look at the results on the 6 pool stage matches this evening. Group 1, well, it was comprehensive as far as Conan Whitehead and Steve West are concerned, so Willie Borland eliminated on his debut here in the Saturday night occasion. As for Scott Walters, a man who's made it through to Champions League before, but he's going to have to wait to make it a second time. He was eliminated out of the group stages. Richard North, a 4-3 victor in the first game. That was enough for him in the end, because Scott Campbell went through both of his matches 4-3. So the asset joining me up here on the balcony to look back at what we've seen this evening. Let's begin with Group 1, where Steve West, once again, when it comes to Saturday night, just seems to know what to do.
Just a really good level of performance. Averaging in the mid-90s, doubling supremely in the first one. Maybe taking his foot off the pedal a little bit against Conan, but still too good for him. Looks really good, doesn't he? He'll be hoping that he hasn't peaked early, but with his experience, and that's something he talked to you about earlier tonight, he thinks that experience is superbly important. He just knows how to get it done. And I think having all of the experience from his career and culminating here in a possible 3rd consecutive weekly win and qualifying for a Champions Week, he looks great.
He most certainly did, and he won both of his matches with the concession of just one leg as well. The other player who made it through Group 1 was Conan White, and he's treated us, hasn't he, this evening? First of all, we're going to look at this double free in his opening match, because how on earth did he find the double free?
There is a gap, we've got to say that, but finding that gap is another thing. When you've got 2 darts lying very, very steep, you think to yourself on the fly, because he did it quite quickly. You just wonder, how's he going to get it through this gap? And he just powered it through. When you shake hands with Conan Whitehead, you understand that he's got a lot of power. And right here, you think, well, surely, right in the middle. He should have been an NFL kicker with skills like that. Honestly, I'd give him a touchdown or indeed an extra point.
So that's Conan Whitehead. That's him into the semi-finals alongside Steve West from Group 1. As far as Group 2 is concerned, Scott Campbell, all week, it feels like he's been playing himself down time after time after time. He came in on Thursday, said, I just want to play some good games. If I get through, then that's an absolute bonus. He's made it through to Saturday night. He wants to take every game here as it comes, but we're going to have to add expectation on him, haven't we, the way he's been playing?
Yeah, we might, but he's not. He's just playing with a mindset of, I don't really think I should be here. I think maybe it's good to get some experience, but it's getting to the stage where we are judging him by very different metrics and different feelings. So, in my opinion, he's a lot better than he thinks he is. I think when some people come to the Super Series, they judge themselves by what they've done on the Challenge Tour and other affiliate tours. But it's different. The temperature's different. The lights are different. It's a different hockey. It's not playing in a library atmosphere all the time. I think we're learning that he can play in front of the cameras, and I think he's a better player than he ever thought he was.
We're going to see Scott Campbell in the semi-finals. That's going to be in a few minutes' time. Steve West and Richard North is going to kick things off there, and them two are very well acquainted with each other. That is fair to say. Well, tomorrow marks the one-year anniversary of the Super Series, launching underneath, well, this amazing auditorium that you see in front of you here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it really was quite the night. Phil Taylor came down, Fallon Sherrock did some co-commentary. It really was quite the occasion. The 12 months since then, well, it most certainly has been a roller coaster full of great darts and great moments, and we've even seen the little bit of silliness in the middle, haven't we, as well? And this is some of the best of the last year here at the Super Series.
The perfect Xmas present for the rank outsider of the week. What a story, what a week for Adam Warner.
Because Raymond Smith has the first shot for the title. He's going to stay straight and go for double 8 and win it. Raymond Smith is the man. The guru thinks his way to the end, and he gets it done. £20,000 belongs to him. The gamble of coming across the planet has paid off, and he will be on a flight back to Australia in a few hours' time. And he doesn't even want to keep his own darts.
Two fixtures. They both lost both their fixtures, and they're both on -6. One of them is going to be bottom of the table on 0 points after 3 matches. Conor Heenan's just had his throw broken and then hits back with a maximum visit. But this is the best I have seen Alan Norris play for some time. And I don't just mean because he's hitting all the trebles like Conor Heenan firing in for a second 180, a back-to-back 180. He's the last player to hit a 9-darter, the only man to do it under this roof.
Connie Rock 141.
They say history has a habit of repeating itself.
Can it? Double 12. He's only going to do it again. He really is the man. He's the only man who's hit a 9-darter under this roof, and now he's got 2.
This would make Scott Baker have flashbacks to yesterday. He's starting on the ball. It's 18 for ball. This could be the best shot you've ever seen. Wow. And look at Scott Baker's face. I am stunned. Bull, 18.
See if it gets Reese to throw first.
And he even managed to find a way to squeeze it into the bottom part of the bull.
Both of the Swiss players in his sights in the next 4 games.
What was that song? All I want to do is have some fun. Oh, hello. Hello. That bounced down in.
180.
That's a miracle, Max.
9-dart shootout on Champions Night. Well, he wants a bit of noise.
They asked, Littler delivered.
Do you know what that tells me? That both players there knew exactly the scenario in this match, because he waited until he was... Yeah, 11 Bull. Bull! And he conducts the crowd.
Game.
The greatest throwman. This prodigy, Luke Littler, showboating at the Super Series. Bullseye, 11 bullseye to finish the final on the bullseye after his exploits earlier this evening. He's going to get better than that too. A double
Game.
14. And Luke Littler,
Super Series champion.
the leading light. The Super Series, it's sweet success for the 16-year-old who becomes the third MODUS Super Series champion. A family affair, emotion for the young man.
And that's not just because they're left-handed.
No, I did see that when you said it. A slight bit more speed probably than Wadey as well. Oh, that's a
Game
great
shot in
finish
the
from
second
Matt
leg. Matt Clark.
It's the same one that he bust earlier, isn't it? So
Yeah.
will be a bit of a relief. Oh, Matt.
Third leg is Matt to throw first.
Left him hanging.
Game on.
Talk about being in the zone. A little bit of a break, but I think you were onto something for someone like Kist who can then... Oh.
Well, that's different. That flight needs replaced. How has he done that?
Did it go through the fight and then have a bounce
Following
out?
require 106.
All happened a little bit too quick.
I felt inexperienced then, but maybe now he really does truly fancy the job here at the Super Series.
I think Worsley's just hit a 9-darter on his practice. Well, I say 9-darter.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first.
One more.
Game on. Where you require 132.
When your judgment can be clouded in the battle and emotion, but the champagne shots.
Game
that
shot on
is
the third
absolutely
leg. Barry
majestic
Vampire.
from Barry Vampire. The 1-3-2.
3-5. She'll start on the bullseye. And she's left it pretty open. Oh, absolutely divine darts from Fallon Sherry.
140.
And I hold no apologies after 1.5 legs of doing this. You can shout at me if you want. Shot me a tweet saying I can't believe he's put an average up after 1 leg.
Hold on. Keep it up! Keep it up! Have a look at this! Oh, this is special. This is really special.
Mike, you require 81.
I'm going to turn that off to keep him quiet.
120 out. Oh, he's gone for 3 tops again. Can it work?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Oh,
Bruce
wow,
Robinson.
what a time to do it.
Luke, you require 111.
Good evening and welcome to viewers joining us on Sporty Stuff TV for this, the MODUS Super Series. It is finals night in week 4 of Series 5 and we have made it through to the semi-final stages here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So 2 games are deciding who is going to make it through to the final and take their place at Champions Week, where they are going to join the likes of Matt Clark, Darryl Pilgrim and Moreno Michels into the Champions Week, which is going to take place at the end of October and beginning of November. So we've already seen 6 fixtures so far this evening. Those were our group stage matches. This is what we have seen. The players split into 2 groups, Groups 1 and Groups 2. We kicked off with Group 1, where Conan Whitehead and Steve West both made their way through. West really comprehensive, dropping just 1 leg en route to the semi-finals. As for Whitehead, won his first one against Willie Ball, and that was enough to see him through in the end. We're going to see him in the second semi-final, and we're going to see him take on Scott Campbell, because he was the victor of Group 2, as you can see there in the end. 2 victories to his name, and it was Richard North that just squeaked through, and that was courtesy of Campbell getting the better of Walters in the final game of the group stages by 4 legs to 3. And so it now sets in situ our 2 semi-finals. It sees Richard North take on Steve West, and so that's going to be our first semi-final. That's going to be taking place in a couple of minutes' time. The players, as you can see, are making their way onto the stage behind us. Steve West is looking to become the first player to make it through to 3 successive Champions Weeks. We've got 2 players already into the Champions League field. It's been there 3 times, but no one has done it on the spin. Steve West looking to do exactly that. So let's have a chat with our commentary team. Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson downstairs in the commentary box, and they're going to be describing all of the action in our semi-finals. They're going to assess now what we've seen so far this evening, and it's been a case so far, hasn't it, Laura, of so far so good as far as Steve West is concerned?
Yeah, everything's really has gone Steve West's way. He's obviously topped that group and set up a tie with Richard North. So, yeah, it seems like business as usual for Steve West.
Yeah, I think his Saturday record speaks for itself. It's something mythical at this point. And I think there's no reason in his own mind why he's not going to win a 3rd consecutive weekly title in qualifying for a Champions Week. I think what he was saying to you earlier, Henry, about the importance of the Super Series in 2023 for him and what he would have been doing had he not been invited to this tournament. I think he sees this as really important for his mental development, his game development, and for him being a very happy person and complete, because his personal life is probably better now than it's ever been. And now he wants the other half of his life to be just as good. And he's been banking a lot of money this year.
As far as Scott Campbell is concerned, we're not going to allow him to go under the radar any longer, are we? 2 wins tonight.
He's no stealth bomber. He's not going under the radar anymore, and we're going to see him on the radar all the time. He's not far from RAF Lossiemouth, actually, which is one of the RAF bases up in northern Scotland. So if he's an F-35 fighter, he is definitely on the radar.
Yeah, most certainly that. So we're going to see Scott Campbell in our second semi-final against the former champ, Conan Whitehead. But first things first, we're going to see Richard North and Steve West in action here at the Live Lounge in Port. So the victor makes their way through to the final. West looking to complete a hat-trick of Champions Weeks. And watching this one in the commentary box, let's hand over to Paul and Laura.
Yes, we're looking forward to this one, Henry. It's a night of feeling and being undefeated for Steve West. Another semi-final, his 3rd consecutive semi-final in a qualifying week. He actually made it to another semi-final in Champions Week the last time he was here on a Saturday night. On that occasion, he lost to Colin Osborne, who was eliminated actually in Group C this week. But Richard North, who is typically loquacious and garrulous through a week, there's one way to keep him quiet. That's to beat him. And West, because he won his group, it means that he has the darts. Is that a big advantage in knockout darts here, Laura?
Yeah, absolutely. As we said before, it's a short format. It is a race to 4. And I just think, from what we've seen tonight, if Steve West continues to do what he's doing, unless Richard North can find some more gears, some more levels, and I think it's going to be Steve West that goes through to that final. But Richard North has survived a couple of scares. He was, in his own words, lucky to get through to finals night, and in fairness had to rely on Scott Walters losing earlier on to get through to this stage.
41.
All the way through the week, Richard North has had a 50% win percentage. That has continued this evening. Whereas Steve West, prior to tonight,
60.
He had a win ratio of 65%. Tonight, it's 100%. I could go through all of the stats that I have at my disposal. Every single one of them tells me that West wins this match. Every single one of them.
Yeah, it's just that major human element that makes darts so exciting and
45.
so unpredictable at times.
Here's something that tells you the possibility of North winning, though. A matter of 48 hours ago, when they had their first match of the week in Group B, it was won by Richard by 4 legs to 3. Since then, Steve has beaten him 4-1 at the end of yesterday's campaign in Group B. But this is very different. This is knockout darts. This is double your money
60.
darts. They've both won semi-finals in the past here in Portsmouth as well under these lights. But West has done it more times.
95.
And you see that quite often from Steve West, just making use of the bullseye. Leaves himself on a 145 checkout. Richard North could be on something lower and is.
125. Stevie Rock 145.
The 45 first he was going for.
95.
Could be first blood here for Richard. He was
75.
Playing a bit of a movie quiz with most people in the practice room this evening before practice began. And a bit like Rambo, he has got first blood.
Richard North.
Yeah, just geeing himself up there. It's important. It was a breaker throw there for Richard North.
Second against Richard to throw first. Game on.
I'm sure Richard North wouldn't mind me mentioning the fact that he said he could beat anyone, and I don't know, how did that result go against you there, Paul, when you had your movie quiz? Did he lose?
Yeah, sorry, Richard. Laura put me on the spot there. I had to say yes.
It's all right. He's already told you it's at least best of 3, if not best of 5.
Yeah, no, it's going to go on for years, that one. He challenged me to a game of movie trivia with Tom Hanks and
131.
Sorry, Richard, but he did give me the option of choosing the actor. I had to choose someone who I knew a lot of movies from.
100.
But I do think that is part of Richie and how he is. Sometimes having that distraction of doing something different. You know, he's obviously in the back room, he's practicing. But just having that moment to kind of relax in between matches as well before everything starts.
60.
That kind of almost distraction technique is helpful.
Yeah, it's a little bit of displacement. He's just taking his mind off the pressure and off all of the exterior
60.
influences and just trying to talk about something else can really relax someone. Just looking at the practice room earlier, it was West who was plugging himself in on the dartboard, whereas Richard was talking to other people, trying
80.
to take the pressure off his weight. Everyone's got their own route to that. That's why a lot of people these days tend to take headsets and plug themselves into
82.
a bit of a different dimension coming into a match like this.
Yeah, and that last start there was slightly disastrous for Richie North. Leaves himself on 159 after hitting that 2.
And one thing's for sure, over the last couple of nights, West has put in some really good
100.
performances. He is yet to average over 100 this week, which is kind of a surprise. But every now and again, he has put in a display of around 77
59.
to 81.
Stevie Rock
He'll be hoping
130.
that this is not that time. Because for the night, he's averaging over 95.
$65. Richard, you require 100.
Quite often with Steve this week, he's had some really clutch finishing at the right time. Wouldn't surprise me if he took that 130, but we'll be back for 65 as Richie cannot find a treble.
No score.
Until then. And that's when he didn't
Stevie
need it.
requires 65.
Maybe we can put that one in the blooper bank for the next 12 months here in Portsmouth. Double top.
Game shot in the second leg. Steve
And that
West.
celebration is in complete reply to what North did in the first leg.
Third leg, it's
I
Steve
mentioned my
to throw
tweet from
first.
earlier tonight about it
Game
being
on.
adrenaline fueled. We're only just beginning. This is like a Carpenter's song. But so far in this game, West is being left frustrated by his first start.
60.
We talked in his second group game with Conan Whitehead that when the first dart is planted in the right place, it makes dart 2 and dart 3 a lot easier. So far in this semi-final, it's
60.
proving to be very tricky.
Yeah, neither of them particularly got going yet, but that's been relatively even between the pair.
96.
And in terms of checkout success, both of them 1 from 1.
West knows a thing or two about accurate finishing tonight. His first game, 4 from 4.
125.
That was remarkable. And that's not the first time in this tournament that we've ever seen someone go 100% on the doubles by hitting the same double 4 times. I can actually tell you about a time, I feel like Jack Inori saying that.
59.
Somebody At 100% on doubles, winning 4-0 by hitting 5 double tops in a 4-0 win. That was Keelan Kay around about 2.5 years ago. That lives rent-free in my memory. What a performance that was from the young man from Cornwall.
28.
And this is where things can get slightly dangerous for both players, really. They've just dropped off their pace slightly. They can't find too much scoring power. Actually, in this match so far, only the 2 ton-plus throws for Steve West, which, considering how he's played the rest of the night, is a surprise.
55.
It is a surprise. No 140s, no 180s. But that right there is a sign of just what's on the line.
29.
Richard has never been to a Champions Week. West knows a lot about Champions Weeks. And the name's already there.
137. Richard Jericho,
Mikkels,
147.
and Clark.
58. Stevie requires 66.
This is for a 7-visit hold of throw. I can feel the tension, and we are probably 3 walls away from this stage. The hurdle shot to the tops.
26. Richard, you require 89.
If Richie North can get this 89, that would be a 3rd consecutive breaker throw. And I can... Misses the single number, and there you see the shake of the head. You must make sure of those. I was just imagining the celebration if that 89 did actually go.
39. Stevie require 40.
Was that too greedy? In this scenario where there's not a great deal of big scores happening, surely you've got to go for the single.
Yeah, I do agree. You have to make sure.
Double 10.
Game's on the 3rd leg.
Has told a bit of a story for West tonight. That's got him out of jail in leg 3. And it did get him the win in his 2nd group game.
I think it's Richard to throw
way
first.
left of the hockey. But he is not panicked.
60.
Remember when he got his first Saturday night win against Fallon Sherrick? It wasn't a great game. But it was a win.
Yeah, as you say, that is the goal.
57.
All these players, they reliably told by Chris Mason, they don't put averages on trophies.
Unless it's local
84.
league where it's for top average.
Oh, yeah. There's always an exception to a rule.
Conan Whitehead and Scott Campbell warming up in the practice room as we speak.
60.
That'll be a very intriguing battle to see who plays the winner of this one. Thank you for joining us on Saturday night. It's been a really
23.
intriguing week 4. Only 4 players left. We have lost Borland. We have lost Walters tonight. Who is going to be next out of the door?
Yeah, there we go. First 180 goes to Steve West. And that was quite interesting. Steve really did take a big pause before he stepped up to the hockey there, almost to say, come on now, this is your opportunity. This is your chance. Pull your socks up and get on with it.
This is the first 140 plus score
100
of the match. Never mind the first 180. Is West finding his best at the right time?
180. Stevie require
Or is he gonna be halted?
104.
And sometimes that's what you need, isn't it? When it is a nervy game and it's quite close and you can't quite find your target, you just need someone to spark it into life.
48. Richard, you
That
require
little pause that
108.
West is taking before North throws. Is it a sign of him just dictating the pace of this game? Double 18 for Richard.
Game shot
Shanghai
the
up
fourth
there.
Richard North.
Well, a 180 to leave the 108 and the take. 288
It's Steve
in
to throw
6.
first.
That's world class.
Game on.
Yeah, we're just starting to see signs of what both these players can do. And if nothing else, I think
41.
this promises to be a bit of a scrap. And you know what it's like when someone opens up with a 41, all you want to do is make the most of it. You want to pin at least a ton just to try and take away their advantage. And sometimes you just over-try.
I agree. Sometimes when someone starts with a 41 or a 45, all you want to think about is, well, if I get one big treble here, I'm going to be in the lead. You need to be in such a concentrated area in your own mind that you don't even know what your opponent is doing. I've spoken to many players over the years, and when they've played some of their best games, if you were to ask them
95
who was the referee in that game, they wouldn't be able to tell you because they're too busy focusing on what they're doing.
180.
Well, he is 100% on doubles. Now he's got more 180s than West, and he's got him in trouble. Got to be smart here. The 19s are calling his name because a 20 doesn't leave a finish.
98.
Good thinking. Good clarity of mind to get to the finish first in 4 visits.
I mean, you'd say out of the pair of them, it does look like Steve West is probably more in control. But
140. Stevie Rock
in terms of this
167.
leg, it's all control to Richie North at the moment.
Most definitely the biggest moment of the match.
60.
Double top to remain perfect on the outer ring. He does find double 10 and the lead. That's a break of throw. West to remain perfect in Saturday night quests will need to win the last 2 legs.
Richard to throw first. Game on.
As much as this game is far from over, did say at the start, although all signs point towards Steve West, both statistically and for his performances throughout the week, that human element does creep in. Any outcome is still possible.
If Richard wins this tonight, the post-tournament interview is going to need to be a documentary series.
$45.
He looks a bit bereft at this moment in time, and North has got a lead that he is stretching by the second. Not the first time tonight that he's had 60, possibly 60, on the floor.
There's a real urgency about the way Richie North is walking around that stage. He's going to the Oki.
60.
Is the resolve of simply Steve West. A little bit withered at this minute. Because as every visit goes by,
100.
North doesn't falter. He's got at least 1 treble every single visit in this leg.
84.
I am flummoxed. I know there's pressure on the stage, but to have seen 140 plus score,
50.
Discounting the maximums, of which there have been 3, I am very surprised considering the experience levels of these players.
82.
It just goes to show how much it means to them.
Yeah, frustrating last dart there for Steve West. Now can only watch on where Richie North has 6 darts here for 131.
91.
He'll have taken that. That is a match dart guaranteed to double his current money.
60.
And to be in the final
you require 40.
of week 4. He's there,
shot on the match.
and he'll have to wait to see who he plays in the final. But Steve West's perfection on Saturday night, it does come to a close. Richard North doubles his money, and he will go through to the final to play against Scott Campbell, or indeed Conan Whitehead. It wasn't a classic by average standards, but as you can see, towards the end, Richard was the better player. We'll take a short break now, and when we come back, it will be that second semi-final.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, Richard North was the first player to book his spot into the final, getting the better of Steve West by 4 legs to 2. We're about to find out now who he's going to face in the finale as Conan Whitehead takes on Scott Campbell for the second and final spot into tonight's final. And watching this one in the commentary box, here's Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner.
Yeah, drama in the first game with North going through. And what we're starting to see here in the finals night in week 4 is the fact that the odds compilers seem to be getting it wrong. However, if Conan Whitehead goes through to the final, they might be getting it right. And just to remind you all, you are having a flutter on any of the matches tonight. It's over 18s only. BeGambleAware.org for more information, and please gamble responsibly. Right now, 3 players left. 2 from England, 1 from Scotland. 1 person remains who has done this before.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Conan Whitehead has won on a Saturday night with us 4 times before. He has nobody in his way who can say the same.
83.
And this is a bit of an interesting matchup to me because Conan has been quite dominant this week. Yes, he did lose that last match to
95.
West earlier on tonight, but I think he was outstanding in his Group A. He's been very, very good tonight. So is this man here, Scott Campbell, and he just seems to have grown and developed and got better as the night's gone on, as the week's gone on.
Scott Campbell's win percentage this week is 75%. Just think about
45.
that for a minute. He's winning 3 of every 4 games he plays. That's really good. As for this week for Conan, he's at 64%.
140.
In a grand sense here at the Super Series, anything above 60% is elite. But when you take it above 70, we start to take notice.
100.
However, the sample size for Conan is a little bit bigger. Best of 7, as ever, to see who makes the final.
145.
Is already on the boil. Yes, that's my first suit joke of the night.
I've been waiting for it.
42. Scott, you require 36.
Chance here for 13 darts for Scott Campbell.
Oh, I like the split here. 8.
No score.
Well, no damage done. He goes back to 18 next time.
Yeah, that throws back to a conversation we were having a little bit earlier about that split from 36 to 18. Players don't like it.
39.
What Harrington used to say about that?
Scott, you require 36.
It's the tricky switch, as we call it.
Game
18 for the first leg taken.
Scott Campbell.
Campbell really is in a lovely zone.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first.
He was excellent towards the end of Thursday. He was Mr. Consistent on Friday. And tonight,
69.
He hasn't lost. We've already seen one person undefeated in their group stage tonight, eliminated in the knockout stage. Is that going to be the same for Scott? At this stage, you'd have to say no, because this is a really good start.
Yeah, and we alluded to the fact that
81.
If Scott Campbell can bring that A game that we've seen on a couple of occasions, if he can stay around the 100 mark, he's just ever so slightly under that at the moment, then he's going to be a hard one for anyone to beat.
62.
If Scott was to go on and win tonight, it would be a big story because he would come back at the end of
100.
October for Champions Week. November the 4th. Mark your calendars for Champions Night in Series 5. One of these 2 players might be there, or will it be
140.
the man who's already through to the final? That first start is not being planted exactly where Conan wants it.
59.
Yeah, Conan, quite often when he does find that treble 20, the other 2 tend to follow, but as you say, just not hitting the target at the moment. But Scott Campbell in a great position here
98.
to break Conan Whitehead.
Yeah, Campbell's hovering around the 100 average, whereas Whitehead's trying to get to the 70s.
100.
Yeah, the cohesiveness of the rhythm is not there. The free-flowing style of the man from Kent, it just doesn't seem to be coming to the fore as much as it did in his first game of the night against Willie
Game
Borland.
on the second
He's
leg.
trying to do the second
Scott Campbell.
win of the night against us, Scott, but this is a lot harder than that game with Willie, which is shortly after 8 o'clock.
Scott to throw first.
Campbell with 30 darts for the first 2 legs.
Yeah, super consistent here from Scott Campbell. Has got the darts to go 3-0 ahead in this race to 4.
Is it fair of me to say, Laura, that the problems
83.
for Whitehead in this game are very similar to that of West in the previous one? They're having too many first darts right there, which makes the rest of the visit more tough.
94.
Yeah, I think so, and especially with this match as well. I think Scott Campbell has been quite open. He just making it to today was, more than what he expected. So I would say in the big scheme of things, yes, he's going to want to win, and yes, he's determined, but he's possibly playing with a little bit more freedom than Conan Whitehead, who, as you've mentioned before, has won 4 Champions Weeks.
100.
Just look at that first start, though. Just going to re-emphasise it, because even when Campbell
60.
is just above, it's more likely for him to get a big score than if the first start was just below.
Yeah, and then perhaps that, based on what you're saying, he's almost overcompensated trying to get that one above so he can work his way down.
85.
And on the doubles tonight, Campbell is playing to type. He is currently 50% for the night. He's had 10 doubles hit from 20 attempts.
70.
And at this stage, that is very impressive.
Conan just trying to G himself up. And again, that dart, as you mentioned before, just pulling low, and that's now really awkward.
90.
Yeah, opting to switch.
Scott, you require 167.
Of course, he uses the ball as a switch. He's hit the ball more than anybody this week. And if Campbell doesn't take this 167, he's going to need the ball again. This would be some way to get yourself back into the match.
132.
Of course he's hit it. Of course he gets another. Wow, what a shot from Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead.
That is an absolute sword to the ribs. Just when you need a catalyst. They don't come any better than that.
Conan to throw first. Game on.
Wow, absolutely outstanding. Last 4 darts, 3 bullseyes, and a double 16.
And look what's happening next.
140.
Mojo engaged. Now Campbell's got a game on his hands.
Oh, I said just a little bit earlier than that. He was just trying to G himself up.
95.
Egging himself on. But that's that kind of shot of natural adrenaline that comes from such a big checkout.
Regardless of whether he wins this game or indeed the week,
131.
that 132 is, without a shadow of a doubt, the finish of the week. Maybe even the series.
140.
Daryl Pilgrim had a plethora of incredible moments here a couple of weeks ago, getting a record average. But it all came so easy to him over the course of days. That was hit through an absolute trudge of adversity.
Yeah, totally agree with you there, Paul.
90.
And it's just one of those shots as well, isn't it? It looks like Conan Whitehead now absolutely destroyed that 2-0 lead that Scott Campbell had. We're back at an even game.
100.
Back on throw. But you have to say, those last 2 legs, Conan Whitehead has looked very dangerous indeed.
94.
There's that 54 switch. Just watch out for it when he needs it the most. It has come up. Trumps here at the start of leg 5.
81.
This is their first meeting here at the MODUS Super Series.
140.
They were swimming in different pools this week. As Conan was taking a couple of days off, Campbell was doing his yard work in getting to Saturday night. And we are guaranteed
85.
in the final a first meeting between two players this week because Campbell was in Group C.
59.
Conan was in Group A. North was in Group B. So they will know nothing about each other going into whatever match it is.
$50.
Tried the switch there for the 25, which would have left him once again on the big fish.
Well, in a matter of cricketing terms in darts, because cricket is a darts game,
140.
it almost feels like Conan has closed the bullseye.
Yeah, I was slightly concerned the way that Conan started this match. Like you said, that 1-3-2 finish really has sparked him into life.
100. Only
2
requires
legs in,
68.
he was averaging 70. Hotspot time again.
43.
This time it just misses. Wow, that was close. It would be fairly ironic if Campbell was to find the same target that Conan just required.
Require 85.
Does he need it? Or will it be 2 darts at double top? I've kept guessing which doubles he's been going for this week. He might even go for treble 19.
I think he's liking to keep you on your toes. At least you called it this time.
I was hedging my bets a bit, but it is the bullseye.
60. Conan, you require 25.
They can't be split, but look at the amount of darts that Conan has thrown. That's key here. This is for a break of throw.
Yeah, Andy knows it. One of these players that does talk to himself.
9.
Can Campbell
Still
do
required
what
25.
Whitehead couldn't? He can't hit the single. I did not expect him to go 7-2-2.
Only requires 16. Game shown the
It is the lead for Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead.
And the first showing of emotion. And if you consider that he's missed plenty of darts at double in this match, he's missed 5.
6 leg, it's Conan.
But let's
to
go
throw
back
first.
to the fact that he was averaging 70
Game on.
after 2 legs. He has raised his average to 85. All the while, Campbell's average has come down by about 8 or 9 points.
140.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Scott Campbell would have expected some kind of charge back from Conan Whitehead, but hasn't been able to handle it, hasn't been able to maintain the levels that he showed in the first couple of legs. We'll need
60.
to really find something from the depths if he's going to win this match.
I think for the first time tonight, Conan can sense that something's close.
97.
He's vocalising his positivity a little bit more now, and he's making sure his opponent can hear it. And there's nothing wrong with that on Saturday night. As long as you don't say it when they're throwing.
Well, yes, quite. But yeah, I think for a lot of players, I don't know how
58.
you always were, but I just found that if I did cry out, you know, it was very much just a release. It was very natural. It wasn't something I could kind of force out.
Speaking of force,
140.
not enough. 6 darts from 206, maybe.
96. Scott, you require 161.
This is possibly to stay in week 4.
He did take out a spectacular 141 earlier.
55. Only you
Couldn't find
require
anything much on the
110.
1-6-1.
To be in another final. And to be the favourite for the title tonight, he needs double 16.
78. Scott
That was the
require
double that
106.
gave him his series win here. Just under a year ago. Does he get another look at it? You can almost hear the hearts beating here in Portsmouth from the players and the fans. It's double 18 this time.
88.
And I think he pulled it.
Conan, you require 32.
For another tilted glory. To be within one game of greatness.
Game
He's there,
shot on the match.
and he will be the favourite for the
Conan
final.
Whitehead.
A great recovery for the man who won Series 1. He's got 4 weekly titles in the bank, and to his credit, he's now going to have a crack at 5 to try and join Colin Osborne and Robert Owen in the all-time list at the top. He was averaging poorly after 2 legs, but then he won the final 4 with that magical 1-3-2, which was galvanising his chance. From there, he was the best player, and he wins that semi-final by 4 legs to 2.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are now set in situ our finals here in week 4 of Series 5. Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner have been describing all the action in the commentary box and join me on stage to look ahead to our final, but also assess what we have seen so far this evening. These are the results of the matches that we have seen so far tonight, and in our 2 semi-finals, it was 2 4-2 victories, one in the end for Richard North, and then before the break, we saw Conan Whitehead beat Scott Campbell by that very scoreline. Paul and Laura alongside me to look back at the semi-finals. First semi-final between Richard North and Steve West. Richard North winning by 4 legs to 2, getting over the line, but at the end, a little bit tetchy.
Yeah, a little bit. I think Steve will be very disappointed with the way he performed. His first start wasn't moving the way it was earlier in the night, and ultimately that puts pressure on the rest of the visits, and it just seemed to snowball from there. He fought really valiantly towards the end, but ultimately the way that Richard was able to finish the match off with some excellent doubling, I think he was a worthy winner in the end.
Did it feel almost as if a little bit like the story of Richard North this week? Maybe not his brilliant best, but when it came to the crunch, managed to find something.
Yeah, and quite a lot of this week, I will say that his destiny's not necessarily been in his own hands when it comes right to the business end of things. He could probably look back on it and think he was quite lucky to get through to finals night and quite lucky to get out of the group stages this evening. However, what wasn't lucky was the performance he put in just there. That was all down to Steve. That was all down to Richie. And, you know, he's in the final. You can't argue with that. Sometimes you have to have a little bit of luck, and that's just the way it goes.
Sometimes it just proves how hard it is to get rid of Richard North.
It most certainly is, and we're going to see him in the final. And he may well be one game away from proving Mark Webster wrong. Well, that will be interesting to see whether that happens. Well, he's going to take on Conan Whitehead in the finale here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we've been saying all week, haven't we, how good he is on the bullseye. And this 1-3-2 in the middle of his semi-final against Scott, that felt like a real game changer.
It was a real blockbuster, wasn't it? Great shot. We tried to pick it for him because when he left the 32 with the 100 on it as well, we thought, hang on a minute, he's hit a lot of bullseyes this week. You need 2 of them yet. And every now and again in commentary, you try and line something up like a 9-dot or a big finish, and you think, is this possible? That's a really difficult out. But the fact that he was able to snag 2 of those bullseyes and hit the 32, if he misses that, the likelihood is he's not going to win that game. But that galvanized probably his entire night.
And as far as Conan White is concerned, he's won this tournament before, he's won a series before. Once you've won one of them, how much can it give you, A, that extra little bit of confidence, but B, that extra bit of motivation to try and do it again?
Yeah, I'm sure it can work in both ways, because actually I thought the way that Conan came out, he was 2-0 down and he found himself up against a very informed-looking Scott Campbell. However, he did what champions do. I do think the 1-3-2, as Paul just said, was a complete turnaround for him in the match, but then pushed forward with it, and that is proof of what a champion can do.
Do you know what? There's a lot of players who will maintain this very statement that this is their yard. Luke Littler's got a very good claim on this place. He's won weekly titles every time he comes here, and other players have got greatness like Colin Osborne. I call him the GOAT because of what he's done. But if you speak to some of the players who've won multiple times in this building, nobody claims it more than Conan that this is his yard. He's got another chance to prove it.
So that is our final in situ. Now, Richard North has made a final here before. He lost out 4-0 to Luke Littler. Luke, perhaps not a surprise, averaged 109.31 in the final. He takes on Conan Whitehead for the 4th spot at Champions Week. The former champion is looking to make a return to the big occasion and looking to make it back to another Champions Week in front of a crowd here on a Saturday night. And talking about crowds on a Saturday night, you can join us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth every single week, and this is how you can do so. And so here we go, final time here at the MODUS Super Series. Conan Whitehead, the forward champion, looking to book a return to Champions Week. He takes on Richard North, looking to land a first weekly title here in Portsmouth. And in the commentary box to describe all the action is Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner.
We are here and we are ready for the final of week 4. 2 players who will now be feeling that this is their time. But is this the time for Richard North to get his first weekly win? Or will it be another one for the Welling United fan from Kent? Conan has done it all before. In fact, he's won the weekly qualifying title to get to a Champions Week. He has won the big dance. He was the first man to have confetti in his hair. But is he about to get his fingerprints on that weekly trophy in a matter of 10 to 15 minutes'
First
time?
leg, it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
He is the favourite because he's done it before and he has played better statistically tonight, Laura. Your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. And
60.
if his statement is anything to go by, as we were just leaving the stage, I was asked to leave his stage. So if you've got any doubts about where Conan Whitehead's mind is,
100.
There you go.
Yeah, his stage. It's a bit like that guy in that movie Ghost when he says, "Get off my train." In no uncertain terms, he said, "Get off my stage."
Love it. Love the confidence. And I'll be honest, both of these two do have confidence in abundance.
58.
But Whitehead does not have the throw. The only bullseye shootout of the week comes in game 104. And Richard North has got the start, but how will he use it? Just to go through their results throughout the night. Whitehead started with a 4-2 win.
100.
And a 96.83 average in beating Willie Borland. He was eliminated really quickly because he lost game 1 and game 3. Whitehead
93.
lost to Steve West by 4 legs to 1 in a very good tussle in game 5. And then that 4-2 win against Scott Campbell.
180.
The first 180 of
151.
This final goes to the Barbarian. He takes that 63.
95.
The bullseye won by Richard North in the practice room doesn't mean anything for a while. Double 16.
Game shown the first.
There you hear the roar of Conan Whitehead.
Whitehead.
Absolutely nailed that double 16 for a 63 checkout. But as you were saying there, Paul, most importantly, it is a
Second leg,
break of
it's
throw.
Conan to throw first.
I can
Game
just
on.
see his wife in the crowd and his little girl seeing the infinite words of that young man from Shrek. Do the roar.
100.
Funny enough, the other person you can see in the background there is actually Tracy North. So both partners sat together watching their other halves.
45.
Nerve-shredding times for Team North and Team Whitehead.
85.
This is a very big game for their end-of-year dance because it's not just about getting £5,000 and doubling your current money right now because they're guaranteed £2,500. But it's the return ticket that means so much to them. The ability to come back and do it again for bigger money against the other
100.
champions.
Yeah, you could kind of layer it in so many ways because for Conan, like you say, it could be his 5th weekly win, which would make him point top.
96.
But also for Richie North, he's been in a final before, never quite made it as a champion. For him, he just wants to have a taste of Champions Week.
Well, if Mark Webster is
82.
watching this, he's probably saying, "Come on, Conan. I don't want Richard to be right." That's all in jest, of course. If you're not privy to that story, it's because Richard North did tweet once that he would win a televised title in a certain window of time. We are in that window, I believe.
28.
And we are televised.
Richard, you require 170.
And I was about to say, if Mark Webster isn't watching, I'm pretty sure Richie North would have tried to get in contact with him to let him know anyway.
60.
106 to double the
Conan, you
lead. And
require
remember that Whitehead was
106.
2-0 down in his semi-final. This is for 6 consecutive legs tonight.
70. Richard, you require 110.
I remember a few weeks ago when Ila Klaassen won a week. Did everything brilliantly towards the end.
92.
North misses the double that Whitehead's already
Conan, you
missed
require
in this
36.
leg. But Whitehead comes back for that same double. Double 9.
27.
This for a chance for a break straight back for Richie North. You can see the frustration there for Conan Whitehead, and
Richard, you
understandably
require
so.
18.
A little squint from Richard.
Game shot on the
And a second leg win.
Richard North.
Here's another little story for you. Simon Whitlock, who doesn't live too far from here.
Third leg, it's Richard to throw
He
first.
adopted a cat.
Game on.
A ginger cat. And named it Northie. I just wonder, considering what we've seen the last 3 days,
80.
whether Richard North actually is a cat. Because he's got that many lives.
Yeah, it does feel like it this week. Out of a few jams. Conan Whitehead missing
100.
there. I'm out of another one.
You know from recent experience that Conan won't panic.
100.
It hasn't been anywhere near his blistering best, because if you think about what he did on Monday, he was so good.
180.
Oh, so good, that visit. But he had the biggest daily average of the entire week
100.
on the very first day. 94.95 for the day. And he had a ridiculous amount of 180s as well. He had 14 on Monday.
The funny thing was, I think after that first day as well, Conan Whitehead was asking around, asking what the record was after hitting 14.
Sorry, Conan, it's 18.
45. Conan, you require 164.
So you'll have to come back to try again. If you want it to be in November or in late October, you're going to have to win 3 more legs tonight.
100.
That tees him up nicely for 64, and we could be seeing our third breaker throw in this final.
100.
It's already
Conan,
a
you
different
require
final to the one that
64.
Richard was in previously. He's got a leg.
Game
But
shot
he
on
is
the
behind
third leg.
again.
Conan Whitehead.
More breaks here than a British building site.
Yeah, and you just
Fourth
get the
leg, it's
sense
Conan
that,
to throw
you know,
first.
the way they are both playing, Richie North needs to find another gear, because
Game
all
on.
he's doing, you know, in winning that leg, for example, is waiting for Conan to make a mistake. And you just get the feeling that they're going to be fewer and further between.
It really is remarkable, his ability to
180.
get those darts magnetised together. Throughout the week, North has been relying on his
60.
tenacity, his ability to hit doubles under pressure. But you do fancy, with the way that Whitehead is starting to kick here towards the second half of this match,
100.
that he's going to have to find a purple patch of 60 shooting.
And we have seen it from Richie North. It's not,
41.
you know, it wouldn't be unexpected. It's just, I just can't see it. I just can't see a way back for him. Sometimes he's shaking his head. His body language is all over the place. Conan just looks so comfortable.
125.
on what he concluded was his stage.
85.
He is in definitive trouble
Conan, you
now.
require 96.
When the Barbarian is leaving a sub-100 score after 9, you're in bother.
78.
He's having a bit of a tiff with double 18, though. I like that play. Going for the bullseye first on 315. That's good mathematics.
81. Conan, you require 18.
But right here, going double 9. Is it the right play? Should he have split it?
Now you can say yes.
10.
I do agree. I mean, with Richie North on 234, but and we've had conversations about double 9.
It's easy for us to say that he should have split then.
44.
I
Can you
personally
require
think he
8?
should have gone 10 double 8. Oh, sorry, 10 double 4. But the thing is, he's on double 4 now anyway.
Game shown the
and it does work for a 3-1
Conan
lead.
Whitehead.
One more leg for Conan the Barbarian to join the Immortals
Fifth
at
leg,
the
it's
top of the
Richard to throw
all-time list
first.
here in the MODUS Super Series. 4 weekly titles. He wants to join Osborne and Owen on 5.
81.
And at the end of Series 5, he could be on his own on 6 if he was to bag another Series
60.
title. I somewhat, without thinking, without consultation,
180.
pitched for Colin Osborne to be the greatest of all time in the MODUS Super Series. If Conan heard that,
41.
he would probably say, hang on a minute, what about me?
Just hold my coat. Here I come. Richard North is making some
54.
inroads into this fifth leg.
The only way he's got company is with another Max. And that is his 4th of the final.
Yeah, you did mention before how solid his 180 hitting is throwing. Hasn't quite found it today, but
46.
definitely finding it at the right time.
Now, just before that visit, Richard North actually was averaging 82.15, and that was his nightly average as well.
140.
If he doesn't hit this 140, he's going to have to wait for another chance of winning a week in Portsmouth.
25.
Because Whitehead is on the cusp of his own little slice of greatness. One more single. One more double. For weekly title, number 5. He can't even see it. This could be the dart of the week.
60.
It's just short. He probably threw that from about
Richard,
8
require
feet,
115.
3 inches. And it wasn't far away. And because North can't find a treble, or indeed a big single there,
28.
it means
Conan, you
another
require
chance
20.
for Whitehead. This time, there's nothing in the way. It had to be
shot
double
of the
5.
match.
Because
And the
that
week
is
four MODUS
weekly title
Super Series
number 5.
champion.
He wins
Conan
week 4,
Whitehead.
and we'll have a chance in the next few months to see whether he can go to the top of the all-time list. He was the favourite at the start of the night, the winner of Group A, and he's gone on to win the week with an 89.14 average. Yes, his doubles were under 30%, but ultimately he did find his best stuff towards the end of his semi-final, and in the final he was definitively the best player. Only 5 legs played, Richard North never really in it. He did cling on in the end, but he wasn't as good as Conan Whitehead. He won Series 1. He's won his qualifying week here in week 4. We've got plenty more for you coming up on Monday. But before then, it's our ceremony with Henry and Laura. On the stage, your champion is Conan Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead. Well, it's been a while since we've had this conversation. It's nice to have this conversation again. Many congratulations. Just to sum up how you feel right now.
Well, I was very, very nervous going into that final there, and same as the semi-final. I knew that, well, my opinion, the winner was coming from that top group today. And when Steve went out, I thought, well, it's only me to go now. So, got the job done.
You did get the job done. Just talk about that final against Richard there. Just assess the way you played and your thought process throughout that final.
The thought process was very, very nervous. Very nervous. And it was... All I wanted to do was get on top of Richard, because once Richard starts scoring, he's an animal. But literally, keep on top of him, nick the finishes, and there we are, 4-1.
When you say nervous before the final, was it because of what's at stake or because you've been there before and you're so desperate to do it again?
Bit of both, really. Yeah, I want to do it again. And like I did say before, I said I will do it again. So, well, first step's here.
The first step is here. Now, what you have done this evening, Conan, is throughout the course of Southampton and Portsmouth, you've now won 5 weekly titles here. That is up there with anybody who has ever played at the Super Series or the Live League prior to that. How proud an achievement is that for you, Conan?
Is that all? I'm coming for more.
And you're coming for more, and you're coming back for Champions Week. The former champion back in the big week, in the big occasion. But you want to be two-time champion, don't you?
I will be two-time champion.
Well, Conan, I'll take that microphone off you. I'll let you have your moment to lift the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion for the week, Conan Whitehead. Well, Conan, I'm just going to get you just to depart the stage and bring Laura Turner on just to get some final thoughts on what we've seen so far this evening and what we saw in week 4 here. Conan and Laura just rushing past Laura. Well, Conan's that hungry for Champions Week, he's left the trophy on the table. He doesn't want just the weekly trophy, he wants a Champions Week trophy. And look, when you're the former champion, I suppose that's what you're hungry for.
Yeah, this is just part 1 of his plan, isn't it? Let's be honest. And he made it quite clear, when he's coming back, he's going to win that Champions Week.
Did it feel like at points tonight that there was almost there was an air and an aura about Conan?
Yeah, I think when he actually started going, when he really started finding the treble 20s, hitting those 180s, those bullseye finishes that we saw earlier in the week, he just looked relatively unplayable. And, you know, I think it's the right result considering what we've seen this week.
Now, when you win a title and you win a trophy of some description, when you go back to either defend it or you go back to play for that trophy thereafter, do you feel a different type of pressure to try and win it again?
I mean, I'd have to think back because it's been a while since I've won a trophy. But no, I understand what you mean. But I think for Conan especially, it's not necessarily just about the trophy and the title. He's really comfortable in this arena, and that's another thing when you do go back to defend something, is how comfortable you feel in some, you know, in places. And as I said in comms, as I was leaving the stage earlier, I was demanded off Conan Whitehead's own stage, so he obviously is very comfortable here.
And you look at the Champions Week lineup now, and we're 4 weeks into the process. 3 of those 4 players have now played at 3 Champions Week. Are we learning now at the Super Series, as we approach the 1-year anniversary of moving into this particular building tomorrow, the players that just have this format sussed?
Yeah, and it's a long format. I think for debutants that come in, it's a real big learning curve, especially on the first attempt, because you know, you can see it with Scott Campbell. I think he was exceptional, but for other debutants, it is a lot more difficult because, you know, it can be a long week. There's a lot of matches to play, and you've got to negotiate your time well. And I think because they've got the experience and they're champions like Conan Whitehead, yeah, I just think they're, you know, they're using all that experience and getting the right results.
And finally, have you enjoyed your first full week here at the Super Series?
I have very much so, yes. Thank you for having me. Hopefully you'll have me back.
No doubt we'll have you back. So, Laura, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you this week. I hope you've enjoyed all the action, all the coverage here at the MODUS Super Series. Don't forget that we're going to be back on Monday morning. Our coverage is going to get underway from 9:30 in the morning, and it's going to be headlined by Conor Keenahan, the 9 dart man, and the young sensation that is Leighton Bennett. But as far as week 4 is concerned, it was who went and picked up the trophy. He's even left the trophy on stage. The former champ is back at Champions Week. Bye-bye for now.